7 o'clock in St. Louis. You are listening to The Morning After, presented to you by Brown and Crouppen from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. And Chairman Kurt manning the Callier & Thompson phone lines and filtering the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, which is now in its penultimate day of the competition for the month of March, and the Schaefer Door Company garage door that is on the line. Send your emails in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Call in 314-974-0101. Text in 314-399-9646. And then open up your YouTube app, type in TMA STL, and then gather in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with other TMA listeners. And they've already gathered this morning, Martin. And I think they've gathered because with Doug on vacation, you have the most important decision, I think, of your career as to...
Well, I've made a few bad ones. All right, let's see.
Would you
Career
like
decisions, that is.
Would you like to go
Not
through
Sadie
because I
Hawkins.
feel like I was present for...
Yeah, you may have been central. I blame Chuck Marlowe mostly. He pressured me every single night.
Charlie Marlowe, AI. I mean, the Sadie Hawkins, you could make a case for a wide variety of topics. I actually don't even know what the answer is. I don't know what the answer is. What do you go with as the lead?
My personal opinion is because Shirts was on this show.
Oh, wow.
And that, to me, added a lot of fuel to the weekend discussion. And then his ultimate response, because it's tournament adjacent, which we'll get to Illinois as well. Cardinals, first 3 games of the year. It's great. Blues, still a long shot. We'll talk to Kerber. It's great. I think it's the shirt situation. We've been big on the Billikens.
Chairman Kurt's nodding in agreement. You have Chairman Kurt's support
because I
on
think
that.
coming out of
and
Friday,
you don't have paper support. You do not have paper support.
You vote.
Nobody's even talking, and I know where they are in the hand.
Respectfully, I don't think that's the lead.
He winced when I said it, Tim. He winced. I think our connection to that story makes it the lead, in my opinion.
Let's find out what Jackson Burkett thinks.
What do you got?
What
do you got? UConn women, 25th ever Final Four. Oklahoma City featured on NBC last night with Mike Tirico on the call.
I don't want to say this to come off.
You and Marsh are dating.
That would be the lead.
I don't want to come off judgmental here. Totally. I'm not classically trained. I want to have an honest conversation. Sure. If I was ranking it, I don't know if that would be in my top 3.
Oh, my God. The alliance is over.
So let's hear the ranking.
Yeah. I'd say Illini going to the Final Four. I would say what happened in the UConn-Duke game yesterday, and then the Cardinals, and then the shirt situation.
The Blues not even in the top 4.
Wow.
That's awesome.
This guy.
This Jackie Papers. I'm a Papers lemming. And it's announce it to the world.
Are you aware that Are you aware the season is still going on for the local hockey team?
I am. I'm aware that the season is going on. However, that's not necessarily a reflection on the Blues not being newsworthy. It's that we had a very newsworthy weekend. Same with the shirt situation. On most weekends, probably 50 out of 52, the shirt situation would be the lead. But we're in a kind of a typhoon of sports information.
Typhoon.
I like that. That was interesting.
All right. What about Chairman Kurt? Is the lead?
Yeah, what do you got, Chairman
Kurt? He went to Boys to Men. Is that the lead?
Yeah, he was sending me videos from New Edition.
That was that's not the lead, but that
Did you take a lady there?
No, I went solo.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
There's not a lot of people that I can call in my Rolodex and be like, hey, do you want to go see some 50-plus-year-old R&B?
You know what? I got to be honest with you. You could have called me. We could have gone on a date.
I thought about just jokingly mentioning it to you on Friday, but I thought I
might have taken the whole family. In the YouTube music pantheon that I have with my sons in particular, If It Isn't Love and Can You Stand the Rain is certainly in the rotation.
Are you surprised that Can You Stand the Rain wouldn't be their finale?
That could be the lead, actually. Now, I was going to lead with the Battlehawks, but Can You Stand the Rain not being the encore?
Battlehawks.
Slip my mind.
Well, no, you also forgot about the Blues. They will play here tonight on 101 ESPN. Puck drop, Martin, at 9 p.m.
San Jose, Martin.
Oh, good job, buddy. You turned around and read the board. Tiger Woods happened after we were on the show
That's
Friday.
what I'm saying. Chairman
Typhoon.
Kurt, what would you go with?
I think it's Coach Shirts. Wow. I really do.
What else would you put in the...
I think Illinois going to the Final Four is number 2. 2B, the ending of UConn Duke.
Okay.
Cardinals weekend, J.J. Weatherholt coming in 4th. Battlehawks 5th.
Paper
now I don't know what's real anymore.
Shaking his head on that.
No, that's perfect. Move the blame over the left side
The
there.
Blues didn't get in the
Did they play?
in papers for. Yeah, they had a nice win against Craig Berube's squad, who has decided to check out.
Maybe he'll just stay in town. He's over at the
Hey,
Hive
Obi
right now
Clark's.
having wings. He'll be at Obi's
Ooh, dirty
later.
wings.
He'll be Monty's assistant and be good with that and says, I don't care anymore.
I was at the Cardinal game on Saturday, and I'm like, it's just been a really nice run for the Tam Avenue Capital Partners with some college basketball and Cardinal wins. And I'm like, oh, the Blues are playing the Leafs. Blues are hot. Leafs are checked out. I got to get some money on that. And the game started earlier than I had anticipated. Drat. And,
6 o'clock.
Yeah, 6 o'clock start caught me off guard because I was about to fire a nice bullet, in part because of the Blues and in part because, once again, the Leafs have decided to check out. Craig Berube will also be checking out, I imagine,
Get a
at some
check,
point
though.
within the next
Get
3
paid.
weeks. Yes, that's exactly right.
If Doug were here, he would say, well, I suppose it's the Cardinals. He always said, well, it's the Cardinals.
See, I think it's Illinois in the Final Four, and I think it's kind of a big gap between that and second place, but that's what makes the conversation. I was really thinking about this.
Is it Illinois / college basketball discussion?
Nah, it's Illinois.
Just Illinois.
It's just Illinois. You got a local team going to the Final Four. Now, this then gets into a macro discussion on the St. Louis area, and some people, I call them hill people, and not necessarily Italian people, but those who think the sun rises over the Mississippi River and sets over I-270, believing that, well, it can't be Illinois because it's not in Missouri, as if the rivers divide the population, and then that leads us to regressing into, the 1800s around here. But Illinois is a monster fan base in the St. Louis area. And you may not be a fan of Illinois, but it's a monster fan base in the area. And they're going to the Final Four.
Well, Tim, you'll be pleased to know there's a text here from TJ. I'm sorry. This is MOFILL. There you go. To your
TJ, I'm
point.
sorry. I hope you have a wonderful property in the hills.
Dickie O from Cedar Hill. No, the headline is the Cardinals bullpen.
Yeah, I'm going to respectfully disagree with Cedar Hill.
How about Brad Underwood's NCAA record? Now, granted, you go to the Elite Eight a couple of years ago, go to the Final Four this year, it's going to pad that record, your resume. He's 10-5 in the tournament now with those 2 runs, 10-5. And I love his story. We've had him on the show, but just he said, I'm a 39-year coach doing this thing. Didn't get that head coaching job at Stephen F. Austin. He was almost 50 when he became a head coach.
That's incredible.
Bob Huggins, Frank Martin on the tree there with those guys for a while. And not only getting in, but just kind of a little room to breathe. Just didn't have to sweat it out quite like UConn and Duke. But, boy, that was quite a night in Champaign. I had some friends actually went to the game. So good for them. 21 years. It also makes me, I think for a lot of the older Illinois fans, that PTSD, that Carolina game is still real, man.
Sean May.
And then the UConn outcome, as insane as that was, as great a basketball as that was, for Illinois, that's a win. You don't have to play Duke, right? If Duke wins, they're favored over Illinois, without question, right? Mm-hmm. Is the early line that Illinois is favored?
Illinois is -2.5.
Right.
Now, the early lines have a lot of mobility, but the last I saw, it was Illinois -2.5.
So that's a win for them as well. Now, granted, it's a tough game. And then I X'd out last night, Tim. I tweeted out they did play earlier this year. Losing to UConn, Illinois lost at Madison Square Garden. And I said, that was more than 4 months ago. Immediately people were like, we're a different team now. I'm like, I said that was more than 4 months ago.
I tip my cap to you not only for getting up early and doing this and doing television, but for still being active on Twitter.
I don't respond, however, when people want to just pick apart things.
Probably for the best.
Kind of like the shirts thing on Friday said, don't worry about NC State. And then Saturday, everybody's like, oh, really? No response. No response.
I mean, the
So I don't
amount of
respond.
time in my life it's freed up by not really engaging on Twitter has been amazing. Outside of the LSU mom at the White House dancing in 2019 gif. That's all I got. That's all I got.
Recovering alcoholic. Martin, it's a different team. I know. Well aware.
You're welcome to get involved by scolding us for the lead at 314-399-9646. And you can also call in to yell at us at 314-974-0101. And you, of course, can do so in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat where friends gather and watch the program. And some have conversations with themselves using a wide variety of different accounts. And I might commission Buck Swope to do a full-fledged investigation and a Swope's picks on that. And ideally, the person doing it, who we know, by the way, we know who you are. We know, I want you to know this, we know who you are. And I'm disappointed in you since we share alma maters. We would like you to be interviewed by Buck Swope for the Swope's picks that I'm attempting to commission. With that all established, Jackson, what was your opinion on ILL and the win over IOWA?
Just that they've been playing outstanding basketball. We've said it, I think, for a while now, that this team certainly has the talent and the coaching to be a contender, a Final Four contender, a real one. And they've come together at the exact right time. They've righted the ship of the issues they were having with holding leads. They were able to get leads, not hold leads. And once they beat Houston, I think that instilled a ton of confidence that we can really play with absolutely anybody in the country. There is nobody that will take the court across from us.
Beat up Houston, too. Beat up Houston.
Right. That's the thing, is once you out-physical a team like Houston, like the fear you have in front of you, especially, I mean, Iowa's a really good team. They're incredibly well coached. Bennett Sturts is awesome, but talent-wise, they just don't match up with Illinois. And Illinois didn't allow them to, like, any breathing room. They're like, no, we're just going to go and get this. And I think it's such a testament to how good of a coach Brad Underwood is and how good of a group he has talent-wise. Like such a great mix of leadership, veteran-wise, and then great freshman talent. They score, the way they defend. That is really, really awesome for a good group there.
Will anyone beat Michigan and or Arizona? Remember, the going into this, it was take the field or take the big three.
Yeah,
Florida, Duke.
I still like Michigan or Arizona, but I don't think Illinois will, like, if they are to beat UConn and they'll play either one of those two, I don't think they're going to go in with, like, I think they're going to be just totally reckless and going at it. Like, they're not going to be scared of them. I just think sometimes the talent discrepancy 1 through 9, like 1 through 10, like Michigan and Arizona are so deep and so loaded.
Brief aside, what was the number on Michigan, Tennessee yesterday? Do you know? That struck me.
Not enough?
God. Oh.
I think 8.5.
Yeah, that I was out ball striking and didn't get a chance to. Mm-hmm. And then I saw that. And I'm like, yeah, about right. About right.
Yeah.
I thought Arizona only being favored by 6.5 over Purdue was surprising.
Right.
I thought that would have been higher as well. To Purdue's credit, they at least showed up and participated in the competition and were holding a lead over Arizona before they just took control. At the very least, you know that one of Illinois or UConn will be in that championship game. However, I think many in college basketball, so I'm sure some Illinois fans love the fact that I said Illinois was the lead. Now you can be angry with me. It's fine. I think that the national championship game is the Michigan-Arizona game. Be happy to be wrong, but I don't really think that's a real, controversial take. They're just in another world. Those two teams are in another world.
Yeah. It's the game I've been looking forward to ever since the bracket came out, is I want to see Michigan play Arizona. To really see, because I really think those are the two.
And the winner gets the North Carolina job. Is that how you see it?
Is that the way that it works? Dusty May going to Carolina.
Or Tommy Lloyd.
Tommy Lloyd going to Carolina.
Watching Michigan play, it reminded me, boy, if the Billikens could have just avoided Michigan, maybe you'd have a shot at a Sweet 16. Just get out of that bracket. Don't face Michigan. And that was such a monumental task. And the more you see Michigan play, you realize there was just no way you're beating them.
Yeah. When they're on... Same with Arizona. I mean, Arizona spotted Purdue that first half, and then they still dominated them. It's different, I think.
What audio do we have here, papers from the Illini victory, sir?
I got Brad Underwood, to Martin's point, talking about kind of his journey to get to the Final Four here.
I never doubted, and I don't want to sound arrogant, I've never doubted us getting to a Final Four would happen. I thought we've had other teams capable, but I also know how doggone hard it is to do it. And for that, I just say thank you. I say thank you to everybody involved, and I'm going to get emotional, but it's I've been doing this 39 years, and you dream about this as a kid, and I dreamt about doing it at Illinois back in the day when my wife bought Tyler, who was maybe 2, a Brian Cook jersey, and you knew what a special place this was, and it always has been, and there's been no other thing for me. This is my dream job, and it's very fulfilling to get where we're going.
Assistant coach at Western Illinois for 10 years.
God.
Sitting in Macomb. He did say when he got the Illinois job, when I was in Macomb, I always said, boy, that's a great job. Illinois is a great job. If it ever work out. And at the time when the opening came, I remember hearing from a lot of people that Illinois was going hard after Conzo. I mean, he's from the state of Illinois. I know more of a St. Louis area guy. And that Mizzou and Illinois were competing to get Conzo. And that Underwood, and I don't know if we'll ever know the whole story, if Josh Whitman would ever tell, if Conzo turned him down and then they pivoted to Underwood. I'm not sure, but I just remember at the time Illinois was hot for Conzo Martin. You imagine all the sliding doors here. And now Underwood. Final Four. How many Final Fours for Illinois Papers? You're the basketball hoop rock. You love the hoop rock.
2, obviously, in the 21st century.
I know of 3, but if anything before 1982, I have to concede.
I'll go 4.
Is there one before 82?
No, it's 6. I don't have the years in front of me.
89 certainly, where they
Right.
played Michigan. I mean, that we could have ourselves a little rematch.
That would be fun.
Where they played Michigan in the Final Four.
6th time.
And Michigan played who in the championship game? Obscure AF.
Seton Hall
Yes,
and
tip of
PJ
the cap.
Carlissimo.
Before he was choked by Latrell Sprewell.
Is that why his voice sounds like that, or did it
think
sound
it
like
was
that
that
before?
too,
Illinois' 6th ever Final Four. They've never won it all. UConn is now their 8th, and they've already won 6. So
3
when
in
they
4
go,
years.
they win.
Yeah.
And all of those started in 1999.
Yes.
How about
was
that?
Khalid was it the fat guard?
Khalid El-Amin.
Was he the chubby guard?
And they got the Blue Devils in 99.
Has that been post Ray Allen?
Shuttlesworth, correct.
Yeah.
And they got to one of those Final Fours by beating Missouri in 2009, another one by beating Illinois, beating the hell out of Illinois a few years ago. And now Illinois will have a chance for vengeance, and that all is taking place because of what occurred in the final few minutes yesterday with Duke and UConn. We will talk about that coming up, in addition to we truly could do like 10 hours with everything that is going on in sports and locally. I mean, what a great day for St. Louis sports on Saturday with the Cardinals, the Blues, and what I said was the lead, and you guys didn't acknowledge it, but the Battlehawks winning, and that was a great comeback win.
What was the comeback? They're down a field goal. Hey, we had a 4-point field goal. You see that?
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Oh, that's what that should have been the lead.
Yeah.
A 4-point field goal.
314-399-9646. That's how you can text in. All insults are welcome. Personal's fine. Those are the ones that get read. You can also call in 314-974-0101. Open up your YouTube app, type in TMASTL, subscribe to the channel, talk it over in there with the Nipper School monitor, DJ Patty Cakes, deep voice dude. They're all in there talking it over. And of course, email in for our Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, the morning after at InsideSTL.com. Design Air is online at DesignAirService.com. And that is the longest running sponsor on the morning after, the sponsor of our email of the day. Martin's a client, I'm a client, Doug's a client, and the weather is warming up, which is wonderful. So get the air conditioning checked out to make sure it's ready for when it gets hot and not just warm. Design Air Service, no upselling. Had them over to the house just a few weeks ago to take care of business, and they did a wonderful job, and that's why I've been a happy client for a long time. You can become a happy client as well anytime you need them. Design Air Service. This is TMA from the Stiefel Studios. It's the Healthcare Evolution, 7 o'clock hour on 101 ESPN and on the TMA STL YouTube channel. The Blue Devils. Ladies and gentlemen, Billy Gilman bringing us back from commercial here on The Morning After. Presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. It is our Healthcare Evolution 7 o'clock hour here on TMA. Healthcare Evolution, 2 more days to use that discount of TMA listeners getting 10% off at Healthcare Evolution. It's this simple. Do you have an injury and you want to play sports? You want to be able to work out. You want to be able to do the things that you love to do, but the injury's keeping you from doing it. And you go, okay, I got a doctor's appointment to see what he has to say, what she has to say in late April. And then probably I'm going to have to see a specialist at some point in May, and then a physical therapist. And then maybe I get some treatment in June or July. That is not a way to live. Healthcare Evolution can take care of it right now, and you might be able to get in today at healthcare-evolution.com. And if it isn't going to be today, it can be tomorrow. Healthcare-evolution.com. Get real answers and same-day pain relief. Healthcare Evolution, online at healthcare-evolution.com with a 10% discount during the month of March for TMA listeners. Healthcare-evolution.com. Talked Illinois, making the run to the Final Four in our opening segment here. To start, Jackson, what would you say is the second story?
I think you can make a real argument for the Cardinals or what happened in the Duke-UConn game. I think that's a real toss-up. The Duke-UConn game, I guess, is more current because it just is the last sporting event most people watched last evening. But I think the Cardinals obviously have a bigger reach, so I don't know. It's a tough call.
Well, leaders make tough calls. Lead me.
All right, but Duke-UConn is more interesting to me personally.
What do you think about that, Martin?
I would agree with that.
All right, the Alliance is back.
I think the whole umbrella of college basketball, all that's going on in that world, and the entertainment value of all of it, the games, it's the finality. Baseball, you got plenty to go. We got time to dissect.
Especially with what happened last. I mean, that was...
Is that the worst way to lose? Now, buzzer beaters happen. Teams, a big heave down court.
Let me tell you this. The Tennessee Volunteers slept a lot easier last night than the Duke Blue Devils, who probably didn't get any REM sleep if they got anything at all.
Because if the other team hits a miracle shot, Leitner, what are you going to... It sucks, but... This one, you had the ball. I mean, you don't have to do anything with that ball, and you win.
And if you were a part of that team last year, which blew a huge lead against Houston, you also have to live with that.
Yeah, I mean, that's what happened. Like, Caden Boozer, literally, as they did the hard part, they got the ball in bounds. That's the only thing you had to do. You can stand there and wait for them to foul you.
With a 2-point lead.
Yeah, inevitably they're going to foul you.
Weren't you surprised you didn't foul even sooner?
Yes, I would think that they would have fouled him as soon as they caught the ball.
Mullins said the goal was to get the foul on who, I don't know who the worst free throw shooter is.
They had 2 guys that I think that Hurley told them to foul, and they waited for them to get it.
You don't have a whole lot of time to wait.
Right, and so I think if Caden Boozer dribbles one more time, they probably foul him.
Tiger Woods is the next story. That's from the Steel Mill Poor Boy. Jackson, do you have the audio of the call? The Duke call on this is really something else.
Yeah, I got both. I got Raftery's call or Bill Iron Eagles call and the Duke call. So let's do it with the Iron Eagles first.
Duke, 10 seconds to go. Got to cut and run through the ball. And who better than this guy? Get it into Boozer. Back for Sarr. Ahead. Boozer. That ball deflected and stolen by Mullins. Kerber, 2 seconds. Mullins tosses it up. Oh! It's good with .3. UConn goes in front. Utterly impossible. March means drama.
Strong.
And then
Strong call.
Here's the Duke broadcast.
This is the Duke radio broadcast. Martin, have you had a chance to listen yet?
No, I heard they were calling for technicals because UConn ran on the court momentarily.
Take a listen to this.
Get it in. They do for Boozer. Bobbled it. Back for Sarr. Needs to get rid of it. Does for Caden. 7 seconds. Trying to throw it ahead. Deflected. Stolen by Connecticut. 2 seconds. It's Mullins up top for the win. Oh, he hit it. With 0.3 of a second to go. Malachi Smith ran off the bench. That should be a technical, but with 0.3 of a second to go, Connecticut has the lead, 73-72.
I get it. You're the home broadcast, but you're not calling that.
And it's hard for my heart to bleed for the Duke Blue Devils, but I feel so bad for Caden Boozer.
And he talked a bunch after the game. I saw clips online, and I'm like, that poor kid.
I mean, I feel really, really bad for him. I mean,
your whole life, you're like, oh, we were going to the Final Four. Oh.
And I mean, it's something that happened. Like, if you do that play 100 times, 97 of them, it's going to end in Duke winning. He still might deflect it, but they won't hit the shot. Like, everything went wrong for him in that moment. And yes, he didn't have to do it. He could just dribble away out, but that's just a basketball play, and sometimes it just happens, and I hate it for him.
And Kerber had the ball. He could have chucked it there, right? I mean, it's getting late on the clock. He actually kicked it over to Mullins.
There's a million things they could have done.
Yeah, but aren't you surprised, too? Like, there's 3 seconds, 2 seconds that Kerber didn't just chuck it himself.
Yeah.
Instead, passed it.
I thought Caden Boozer would just dribble into the guys.
Well, I'm talking about the winning shot.
Right. Oh, yeah.
Kerber's got it with 2 to 3 seconds.
Right.
I'm surprised he didn't just throw it up there.
Right. And there's people like criticizing Duke, like they didn't close out on the shot on Mullins' shot, but I mean, that's a
panic moment.
It's pretty much a prayer. And they've been shooting so poorly from deep all game.
Yeah, how about that?
It's crazy.
1 of 15, right?
Yeah.
And then they went off at the end.
Yeah, I think who you're just talking about said that I was just trying to find someone who had hit a shot that day. Like, just find anybody who could possibly hit one. It's crazy.
You're welcome to get involved. 314-399-9646. That is how you can text into our Air Comfort Service text inbox. You can call in. Dictate the topic. If you call in, you can dictate the topic. 314-974-0101.
We have legendary callers, really.
Collier and Thompson phone lines. And then, of course, you can talk it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. That's youtube.com/TMA. STL. That is how you can get involved on this presentation. Yeah, if you're a Duke Blue Devils fan, the last 2 NCAA tournaments, absolutely brutal. You should be, at the very least, in the championship last year and this year in the Final Four, at the very least. And when it's self-inflicted, that's when it's incredibly difficult. I think, it's tough to say this, but I think Florida Gator fans would probably say, you know what, Iowa got hot and they got us. I realize Florida's final play last weekend, if you can remember it, was not real inspiring. Part of that was great defense on the part of Iowa. Mm-hmm. But in the case of Duke, these have been self-inflicted wounds that have led to monster collapses. Jackson, if the statistic is correct, please confirm. And if I'm not, please correct. That number 1 seeds with a 15-point lead, or the least at halftime, had been undefeated.
I think 134-0.
I think that's what it was, 134-0.
Yeah.
And now it's 134-1.
Yeah, 19-point lead at half.
But on top of it, they're going to win the game even with 10 seconds left.
Yeah. I had a buddy who was monitoring the live line as it was happening.
Oh, yeah. Did he fire a bullet?
He didn't, but he said Duke was like minus 8,000 while they were inbounding the ball. Like there's like nothing that could have happened in reality because it's 10 seconds. If it was 11.5 seconds, it's probably better because then you at least have to cross the timeline or get fouled before that. But nope. Like,
and you can't call it. If you're Shire, you can't call timeout because you got to save it for the inbound. Right off. Once the free throw goes in, you can't call timeout because you need it for the inbound.
Yeah, you get trapped in the corner. You have to have that.
So you're saving it in case your guy can't inbound the ball, and then once it's inbound, you're like, oh, we're good.
And it looked like, and you're like doing lip reading whenever you're doing this stuff, but the shots of him on the sideline looked like he was asking them to advance the ball. But you don't know for sure. And I'm sure they run scenario plays. This is Duke basketball we're talking about here. I'm sure they have scenario practices where they practice exactly stuff like this, but it was poor execution.
Leading scorer for UConn, Chaminade's own Terrace Reed Jr. How about that? Played at Michigan for 2 years.
Huge free throws in that Michigan State game, too, to clutch the win on Friday.
We're going to break out our list of St. Louis kids who have won a national title if they were to advance.
Shire must go! That's from Golden Richards fan. Will John Shire lose? Will they be hiring in Duke and North Carolina here in the next week or two? I'm not quite sure that'll be happening. Here is what John Shire had to say following his team's collapse.
Well, yeah, we just have to secure it, right? I mean, we got it. They had a foul. I was ready for a timeout, and we just got to hold on. And, it's easy to look at that play. I look at every play that happened, especially in that second half. This is not about one play. It's about every play to put us in that position, and that's what you don't want to do. Where one play, something can happen. And so for me, look, it's going to be tough, but it's not going to be on one play.
But it is.
Right thing to say, but it's
That's all that we'll remember.
And in theory, like, they could have got fouled, missed one of 2 free throws. UConn comes down, hits one, you go to overtime. But to lose that way, like so self-inflicted like that, is probably what.
I thought UConn wasted a ton of time before they ended up getting to the line. They had the ball with like 40, 50 seconds. They're just dribbling around.
I agree with you.
And I was like, what are they doing here?
Well. Yeah, I agree with you.
And then again, that stuff doesn't matter. Then when you win, nobody cares.
Right.
Get involved, 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines talking over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat with John Scores, the Devil's Crotch, Eric 2412, and Murphy VR. That is how you can participate in the conversation here on The Morning After. The show presented to you by Brown and Crouppen on 101 ESPN and our TMA STL YouTube channel. Martin, you thought this was the lead? Let's get into it now. That is Josh Schertz. Now, the reason why I would say I don't think it's the lead is this. I have a feeling there is a healthy percentage of the audience that doesn't even know what was going on.
That it mostly carried out online.
That's
correct. Because it wasn't a game. It wasn't televised.
That's correct. But if you were paying attention to it, we've had a number of people texting in saying, when are you guys going to talk about it, and wanted it to be the lead. So I think if you were paying attention to it, it's at the front of your mind. And if you were, going to games, as Jackson was, going to cocktail lounges, and weren't online, you may be completely oblivious to it. And you may be surprised to hear what was going on, especially after he was on our program on Friday for 42 minutes. In an interview that I think he left that interview. If, on political debates, Martin, they'll have those monitors of when somebody scores and their approval goes higher, or so they say something and the approval goes lower. I think Josh Schertz's approval in St. Louis, again, this is for the people who went back and podcast the conversation, or if they were listening live, that might have been an all-time high with what he said when he was on with us and the transparency for 42 minutes. And then if you also, again, I realize this might be less than 50% of the listening audience, but if you were monitoring the situation over the weekend, I would imagine a lot of the people who loved what happened on Friday in the conversation with us were feeling either confused or angered by what was taking place with Josh Schertz and North Carolina State.
And that's why I said it was the lead, because I think the fact that he was on this show created all that tremendous goodwill, and it got a lot of play. A lot of people love the fact that he has clearly turned down some jobs, been pursued by other programs, albeit whatever, K-State, Syracuse, whatever, and that he's committed to staying, barring something unforeseen. He would use the NBA example. He's not going to say, I'll leave for Michigan, I'll leave for North Carolina. You're not going to say that, but you can use your brain and figure out there are some premier jobs that any coach would be willing to leave for. But he had all that goodwill. And then in the afternoon on Friday, out of NC State, people there were saying sources indicate they'll interview Coach Schertz over the weekend. And that's when I tweeted out and said I wouldn't worry about NC State. And I was pretty comfortable with that. And then on Saturday, he was interviewing with NC State. Now, if it's me, and I've already been, I've been able to push SLU on NIL, I've been able to push SLU on contract, and I've gotten everything kind of so far that I've wanted, and I've already turned down a number of programs, I might say to NC State, oh, thanks so much. You guys I love you guys. You guys are, but I'm good, thanks. I might personally take that stance. He chose to do the interview. Now, maybe he says, hey, in 5-10 years, maybe that AD is at Duke or North Carolina. Maybe that guy will hire me down the road. I don't want to be rude and say no. And I don't I wouldn't begrudge anybody if you get an interview by, it could be your biggest competitor. They say, can I buy you a coffee? You'd be stupid not to listen. So, and maybe there was some value in it. Maybe you got something out of it. I don't know. But I do believe it cut into that credibility and that popularity that had peaked on Friday when people are like, okay, are we going to just do this all are you talking to Merrimack on Monday? Who else? All right, you going to Abilene Christian? I think there was a lot of fatigue if you start talking to a lot of programs. And I would tell him this to his face. So NC State, I think, caught a lot of people off guard. Really? We get it. You'd leave for Michigan. We get it. You'd take the Carolina job or Arizona or whatever. NC State? Really? So I think that caught people off guard. And then what, to me, really got the emotions even swung a little higher. And Stu Duranda does a great job. He covers SLU inside and out. He's got the SLU Substack.
I'm a subscriber.
Yeah, and Stu has done a great job with
like
Billikens.
$4.99 or $5.99 a month, and it's money well spent. Tip of the cap on the business model to Stu.
Yeah, he's done a great job. And I'm always retweeting, quoting. I love Stu. But his tweet on Saturday said, Josh, so he talked to him clearly on Saturday, and people were looking desperate for information on the situation, what's going on. He's talking to NC State. Oh, my God. And they flew here to interview him. And my understanding is that's how a number of these interviews did happen. They would come to him. But Stu said, Josh Schertz says after talking with NC State that no financial particulars were discussed. He will wait to see if an offer comes with numbers that are significantly better than SLU's. I read that and said, oof, that sounds a little gross. I mean, it does. And then Stu retweeted later and said, it seems my previous tweet was possibly worded badly. This is from Stu later in the day on Saturday. He said, to clarify, Schertz has been consistent in saying he's very happy at SLU and it would take something unforeseen for him to leave. Whether NC State reaches that threshold remains to be seen. Okay, so I think that just that notion that he's, if they throw me a lot of money, I might go, when I'm pretty clear he's been offered more money and he didn't go. So I think that took the tone to a different level. And then on Sunday, Schertz put out a huge message from himself, and he said, listen, I've tried to be as available as possible, working with the media, being an open book, and maybe it hurts him a little bit that he'll just say anything at any time. And he said there was a tweet that kind of misrepresented.
So that's the tweet he's talking about?
Yes.
Okay.
No, without question.
Because both...
And I don't think he has any malice. I think those two get along fine. I don't think there's any malice. It may have just been worded differently than he would have preferred.
There was a tweet that Stu Durando corrected, and there was also a tweet that Frank Cusimano corrected or deleted, changed the wording.
Okay, yeah. So
I didn't know if there was another tweet because, as I said, I'm not really active.
Because I think Frank did say something similar about he's no offer, but he'll wait and see. And I don't remember what Frank's...
I think what Frank changed had to do with North Carolina State's NIL fund. And I think then he deleted it or changed it.
Okay.
So I didn't know if that was what Josh Schertz was referencing.
To be fair, I've not talked to Schertz since this statement was put out on Sunday. Nonetheless, I think he realized it made him look bad. Like, hey, this guy's just waiting for, if it's a bigger offer than SLU's, maybe I would go. That was the implication from what was being, and that's where I think he would say, I'm not. So you could, he may sit here in a month or a week or 2 months, and we might say, why'd you take the NC State interview? We might ask him that, and he'd probably say, well, here's why. I'm trying to get even more NIL money, and if SLU thinks I'm leaving, that might be his honest answer. Again, personally, I think at this point, if you've been pursued by 4 or 5 programs, you told them all no, you've gotten a big raise, you've gotten a lot more NIL money, I might say to NC State, hey, thanks, appreciate it. But I also don't fault anybody for taking the interview. It just did not play out well. And I think it cut into his popularity a little bit. There's no doubt about it, which why I said it was a lead coming out of Friday. A lot of people were buzzing about that interview. And then within 24 hours, the conversation shifted dramatically.
That's correct. I wanted to have a conversation with him, and I told him it could be on or off the record, whatever the case might be, to get context because I was confused by it. And I have found, and I can only use personal experience, but once you actually live it, then you feel, I guess for lack of a better term, empathy to when you feel like somebody's decision-making might be getting questioned, and then you go, well, just ask me, and I'll give you the answers, and then nobody comes to me and asks me questions, and then I can't give answers. So in this particular case, I'm like, he probably doesn't want to do it, but I reached out to him yesterday to say, hey, I'm sure you don't want to do this, but I'm just trying to understand. So I would love to have a conversation. He said, we absolutely can have a conversation. So I appreciate that, but we haven't had it to date. So therefore, my opinion is rooted in the similar amount of information that most of the people in the listening audience have, which is what I observed and read. And I would say that coming out of the interview that he was kind enough to spend 42 minutes with us, Martin, on Friday morning, my understanding was, which I was completely on board with as well, was that I am here unless something incredible presents itself. And he actually cited the Miami Heat as just, to convey like an NBA opportunity. And I don't think too many people would fault him for that. I don't think too many people, as you said, would fault him for a Carolina, Michigan, Arizona, Kansas. I'm not saying that he will be in line for those, but to give there are classes on these things. And I have nothing against NC State. Thought it was a very odd fan base during that soccer game with the Billikens a few months ago. That stood out to me, but whatever. I got nothing against NC State. They're kind of on the periphery of everything, NC State is not in the class of Arizona, North Carolina, Michigan, Kansas. And that's not even a sweat. And I think even North Carolina State fans would go, we recognize we're not in that class. And so therefore, when he is with us and saying it would have to be something that would be incredible, and I realize Miami Heat, he was just throwing out a name, but something along those lines. If he has some allegiance of sorts because of the time he spent growing up in Florida, I know he's from New York, but he went down to Florida. So if the Gators job were to open up, and if there is a spot in which, there's an opening in Gainesville, I would understand that one. But North Carolina State is not that. The other question that I have on this whole thing is, and I don't know if you know it, and I don't know if you can say it, but I think we can at this point operate. Josh Schertz on our show flat out said it, that he turned down a couple $1 million more. He said it, though, his words. Now, those reports were out there that he had been pursued specifically by Syracuse. You had the Providence fans also. They ought to get together with the NC State fans and hang out. I think they'd really enjoy each other, or they just beat the living hell out of each other. I can't figure it out. They're real banty at NC State and Providence. They really like their Twitter tweets.
Your program sucks. No, yours sucks.
Yeah, it is.
We have more money. No, we don't. You do.
It is an odd group. But with that all established, I mean, K-State, Providence, Syracuse, and now NC State, would that be fair to say that they've all at the very least come knocking on the door, and in the case of Syracuse, put something substantial on the table that he declined? Would you agree with that, or am I off on that?
Yeah, I don't think I don't know how far along Providence ever got. My understanding is that was never too serious in terms of talk.
It was just a fan base that had convinced itself.
Well, I think the program, there might have been interest. I think and he said it on the show when I asked about the agent, which also got a lot of play because in recent weeks he had said, well, my agent this or he had an agent who is a prominent agent, but he is no longer with that agent. That could have been a week ago, 2 weeks ago. I don't know the timeline on it. But my understanding is, he's heard from a lot of I think there's a lot of teams out there who reach out, and maybe early on you say, not interested, and then that's the end of it. Some just come hard. I think the Syracuse one probably got the most reporting that I think is accurate, where they said, here's the offer, here's the money, and he still said no. And that's a credit to SLU already bumping up the salary, bumping up the NIL, which Matt Norlander tweeted out on Sunday. It said about $10 million, which Billiken fans are shocked because last year was believed to be around $3 million. That is a massive jump. And that tells you that the new president at SLU and Chris May hustling with boosters, whatever they got to do, they're going for it. Now, it's still going to pale in comparison to the Michigans and Kentuckys of the world, but if you want to dominate the A-10, you can blow them out of the water with that kind of money. So my understanding is, yes, there were teams that made legitimate offers that were turned down. I think he has been consistent. This is where I want to be. But I think there's a little fatigue. The NC State one to me just kind of, okay, on the heels of our discussion, just added to that fatigue.
So here, this is the question I was getting at, and shockingly so, I got distracted. The Syracuse one was significant enough that he had to turn down a significant raise, but it didn't get out. It got out, but it didn't get to this level where, he's, talking and, and
I think it's because the Syracuse one, I think it was when they were still, I think they pursued him and they were still about to play a tournament, like they were in the tournament. And I think now the off season, and maybe he returns Frank's call on Saturday and Stu Durando's call. But I think a lot of it came out of NC State on Friday. The source is there.
And that the plane was coming to St. Louis.
And then I think
Boo Corrigan, for the record, is the AD, and you may know that name. He was the head of the College Football Playoff Committee a couple years ago, so that's why you would have seen him. He's a former Notre Dame assistant athletic director, Notre Dame alum. Just to give some context on the NC State AD, in case, like you said, maybe he's sitting down with him out of respect because he is a prominent athletic director.
And you have, and a lot of these things, you have no idea. Maybe his old AD at Indiana State is cousins with Book. I'm just saying, there's crazy stuff. You never know that lead to connections. You say, sure. If the guy says, hey, I'm going to fly in, will you give me the courtesy of at least meeting? Want to talk to you? Okay, sure. But the story came out of NC State that they were going to meet. And then I think, again, I really think it got inflamed with the idea online that, well, if I get a better offer, look out. And he wanted to be very clear that's not, even in talking to Frank or Stewart, that's not how he intended it to come off. So I think, yes, if you're a SLU fan, you love the fact your coach is being pursued. But at some point, you want to say, okay, can we hit a little time? Let's take a 20 here. Are we good? Are we good now? We've pushed the limits on salaries. We've pushed the limit on NL. Are we good now? And the answer is yes. Oh, wait, the Michigan job's open? So it's just the world we live in, and I would tell fans who were irate about it, it's the same system that allowed you to get Josh Schertz. You picked him off from Indiana State. They're heartbroken up there. That's how it works right now. It's clearly, that's the system in college sports.
So you can take a step back and go, okay, within the last 2 weeks, you have seen your team and a team that is starting to gain a lot of fans in the St. Louis area who weren't even paying the slightest bit of attention to this program 3 months ago, win by a significant amount in the first round of the NCAA tournament over an SEC school, and go up against, and for the first 25 minutes of the game, a team that could be the national champions a week from tonight. And your head coach, at the very least, turned down Syracuse. I think we can operate on some semblance of confidence on that. And also, so you're talking about 2 ACC schools and big-time programs, too. I mean, I realize NC State's national championship was a long time ago, but Syracuse, a big-time program that's certainly fallen on hard times relative to the Jim Boeheim era. In addition to that, the head coach has used that leverage to get raises, not just for himself, but for his people. And the NIL fund, Martin, as you just said, has increased 300%. So if you operate through that lens, you would go, my God, what a couple of weeks here. I think the issue, if you're a Billiken fan, that also makes it bittersweet or slightly conflicting is you feel like this coach is the reason for the win over Georgia, the competitive first 25 minutes against what could be a national championship team, and at the very least a Final Four team that breezed its way through it, and is responsible for the NIL fund going up, is that he might not even be the head coach 2 weeks from now because there are still some matters to be settled and the domino effect that can occur, at the very least, out of Chapel Hill, and then what is to come. And so while you loved hearing him say on our program that 9 of 11 guys are coming back, and you've seen the success, then just 24 hours later, you see the NC State thing. NC State,
Right.
not North Carolina, add the state to it. I think it was North Carolina people going, oh, my God. You almost feel honored, you know? But NC State, and you go, God, if he's going to dance with NC State, we got no chance for whoever, unless Billy Donovan is the one who goes to Chapel Hill. You're going to have a problem because whoever goes to Chapel Hill is going to create a vacancy that will probably be in the mix. Tennessee fans thought Rick Barnes might be retiring after yesterday. Sounds like he's coming back, Jackson.
Yeah.
You say that?
Yeah.
Okay, that could have been a situation. Spent a lot of time in Tennessee, albeit not at Knoxville, but Lincoln Memorial. So I think that is why, if you look at it through the lens of the glass half full, holy crap, look what's taken place in the last 2 weeks for our program. On the other side of it, the reason why, and you might say, well, he's not the reason, but the reason why might be leaving within the next couple of weeks. And you might have left the interview with us on Friday going, well, he's not going to go somewhere unless it's the caliber of an NBA job or Chapel Hill. And then when he dances with NC State, you go, oh, my God, well, then this is fun, but it ain't going to last long. Now, this is the cost of doing business. If you are successful, you're going to have people knock on your door. And one thing that I do want to point out here, because something that gets mentioned, and I understand it, I don't blame people for it at all, is he signed a contract. Well, if he was breaching his contract, I assure you there'd be litigation. But these contracts have buyout clauses. That's why Will Wade was able to escape yet again and create the North Carolina State. There's a buyout, a $5 million buyout. These contracts have clauses in them. So these guys are not in breach of them. You may not like that these exist, but they do exist. Oftentimes in our industry, broadcasters will have outs for specific markets or specific jobs. You go, well, you're under contract. Well, yeah, and I'm abiding by the contract. There's a buyout clause. The St. Louis University buyout clause is not as high as other places, which makes him even more desirable in comparison to if he were at a place with a higher buyout. So you can get mad about him signing a contract and then taking interviews, but he is abiding by the terms of the contract. Now, you might just go from an appearance standpoint, it rubs people the wrong way, and or you're fearful that he is going to leave within the next couple of weeks whenever that North Carolina situation is tended to. And I understand where people are coming from on it.
And in a weird way, a year from now, you hope it's the same, because that means you were in the tournament. Maybe you made the Sweet 16. Part of his statement on Sunday, he said, interest from other programs in our players and staff is the byproduct of team success. So as uncomfortable as it may be, let's hope that never changes. In other words, it is the system right now. If you do well, people pick off your players. They try and steal your coach. We see it in college football happening all the time now. So I think the NC State one jumped out as, really, that one? Okay, got it. But let's hope that we aren't replaying the Shirts interview. We're like, oh, we thought he loved us, and now he took the Carolina job. But that you can understand. If you're a reasonable fan, I think you get it, that there are certain jobs that are just premier. So it's nice to see SLU at least elevated enough that all these programs are chasing your guy. I mean, that is a compliment, but it's also just frustrating as hell. It just gets annoying, to be honest.
Why are we acting like NC State's not a better job? They were just in the Final Four, and they're in the ACC. That's from the lowlife dad.
And they made the Final Four when they were trying to fire the coach. Remember that?
Hey, listen, whatever helps you fall asleep at night, lowlife dad, I would tell you that locally, after you heard Josh Hurts compare the opportunity to having to be something like the Miami Heat, and then he has an interview with NC State, that was probably a little eye-opening for the majority of fans who maybe don't appreciate what Jimmy Valvano did in 1983 or that magical run to the Final Four in which they were trying to fire the coach. But, you know, it's in the eye of the beholder. You're welcome to also text in 314-399-9646. Call in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines. And you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Chris Kerber joins us every Monday at 8:15. That is scheduled by 101 ESPN. And he joins us coming up in 20 minutes on the Blues and their potential to get into the playoffs. I can't believe we're saying these words, and yet here we are. The Cardinals had a great start to the weekend and the campaign with a 2-1 record against the Rays. We'll have that for you as well. This is the Morning After, 101 ESPN. VIP Auto Accessories online at VIPAutoaccessories.com with Tommy Cibulka and Brian Grigg. You go to VIP and they take care of everything. They are a one-stop shop. In some instances, people have to bring their vehicles to 4 or 5 different places when everything can be done in-house at VIP Auto Accessories. They have a stellar reputation. And VIP Auto Accessories can take care of you for commercial upfits, for graphic solutions, for hail repair and touch-up, and for aftermarket accessories. They can significantly reduce the time your fleet is off the street, giving you a very quick turnaround time because everything is done in-house. They don't sub out. And if it can be done, VIP Auto Accessories can probably do it. Window tinting with a lifetime warranty, and that's very valuable in St. Louis summers. That's window tinting at VIPAutoaccessories.com. For all your commercial vehicle upfit needs, ask for Tommy Cibulka. And all your aftermarket vehicle accessory needs, ask for Brian Grigg. Tell him TMA sent you. VIPAutoaccessories.com.
This is Jackson with a SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. Blues win on Saturday. Back in action tonight, taking on the San Jose Sharks. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9 right here on 101 ESPN. That was another SportsCenter update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's the morning after 101 ESPN. Shows presented to you by Brown and Crouppen. 8 o'clock hour presented to you by Fisher Window and Door Store. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Doug Vaughn vacationing. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. And you're welcome to call in. And Chairman Kurt will take your call at 314-974-0101. Coming up on the Polos Plus dossier, we will be joined by Chris Kerber at approximately 8:15. Illinois to the Final Four in the 7 o'clock hour. And the ending of the Duke-UConn game, along with Josh Sturtz and the flirtations this weekend with North Carolina State. Miss anything? Go back and podcast it via the Schaefer Door Company podcast. It speaks volumes in a wide variety of ways that we are getting to the Cardinals at 8:05. Considering we're in St. Louis and it's the Cardinals, it also speaks to the strength of the area sports weekend. I'll say this, and I don't know how the audience feels. I don't know how you guys feel. I have watched damn near every pitch so far of the season, and I don't think I've watched games like this. I don't know when, probably going back to 2022, honestly. And I've enjoyed the hell out of it, and I can't figure out why. Went to the game on Saturday, my 4-year-old's first game with the whole family. Super fun. An atmosphere where people are into it, by no means packed, but I don't know what it is. Maybe it's the energy. The Cardinals are doing a great job on social media conveying that energy to the fan base, but so far through 3 games, I'm really enjoying watching this team play, even though it's clear there are some big issues, specifically in the bullpen. But Jordan Walker is hitting. Liberatore and McGreevy dealing. And Nolan Gorman absolutely blasting a ball. Al Burleson. And then, of course, the headliner is the rookie J.J. Weatherholt. It's an incredibly pleasant surprise. Want to emphasize this, 3 games in. But so far, a pleasant surprise with the way they're going about it and the energy and the fun it looks like the club's having without a grumpy veteran or two there policing things.
And Walker's 10 at-bats, he's only struck out 1 time. That, to me, is most notable. Just
top
3%
carry. Of barrel rate, top 1% Major League Baseball of hard hit percentage.
Larry Nerd over here. Barrel.
Top 1% of MLB in exit velo. So, I mean, obviously incredibly small sample size, but, you know. And it's not like he's a slouch, like he's like 400, you know. It's not just numbers on StatCast. It's impressive.
I do feel bad for him every time he talks. It seems like his approach it's just like the analysis of his swing. It's just always part of or he almost feels like he owes it to everybody to explain his swing. He's not the leading hitter, however. Younger is 5 for 10.
How about Younger?
Vic Scott, 5 for 10.
Part of that is the bunting. How about the small ball they're playing?
Yeah.
And to your point about social media, Weatherholt with the walk-off hit after a disastrous bullpen on Saturday, you win the game in a walk-off fashion. They take Weatherholt into the shower, and they're just dousing. The Cardinals put that out. I can't see Mozeliak being pleased with that. I just wonder if they made a conscious decision from the top down. We got to be more fun. We got to, because that was a private moment where they're just kind of, you know, they do that all the time. They throw them in the shopping cart and throw, you know,
orange juice
and whatever, just messing around like goofballs. I could see in the past where they're like, oh, that's not really the Cardinals' way. We don't want that out there. And they clearly are more comfortable with that than they used to be.
That is, I agree with you on that. And that is a conscious thing. That is a conscious thing. The teetotaling, you know, crap that went on for a while, I think they're going, yeah, this isn't the way it is.
Right.
You know?
I mean, kids are living on TikTok. If you want to grow the game, and it sounds silly, but get viral videos separate from your game highlights, that's a big piece
and that went everywhere
right now.
John Boy picked that up, bunch of national.
And then the Weatherholt story's got a hit in every game. He's not only the home run in the first game was a lot of fun, but the walk-off hit more significant there, coming through in the clutch.
Guys, Walker's 1K was on a pitch he would have won if he tapped the helmet to challenge. That's from Chunk and the Chuck. I agree with that take. That is astute. It's a very in-the-weeds observation, but if you were watching the games, you observed that. I thought that exact same thing. I was surprised he did not tap the helmet. By the way, I love the ABS.
It's electric. When I was at the game yesterday, it's awesome.
It's a great thing.
Yeah.
I mean, and how much it has changed things for the better.
Yeah.
Minus CB Buckner, it seems like
that was even that was
dialed
great.
in.
Even that was great because
For the record, in Cincinnati, he missed 5 calls that were overturned by ABS.
Back-to-back pitches. It was awesome.
Phenomenal. But it corrects that crap. I couldn't be maybe that's something that I am also enjoying and not even really aware of it, that you don't go, oh, God, they've dialed in on this umpire's flawed strike zone that's out of the zone, and now you just got to put up with this nonsense. God, if they could fix the playoff format, I'd be fully invested again. But and get the DH out of the National League. These are my personal preferences. I know not everyone shares them. Anyway, with that all established, the story of the weekend, I would say, is J.J. Weatherholt. And this is when I start baseball nerding out. I get into strategy. Were either of you guys at the game on Saturday afternoon? Mm-hmm. Okay, so I'm at the game on Saturday afternoon. What an at-bat by Walker. You know, you get another thing that I don't like. Actually, now we're just rattling them off. The runner at second base, although I do at least understand the reasoning for that one. So guys don't blow out their arms in extra inning games. But the Rays score in the top of the inning. Cardinals have the runner at second. Walker gets the walk. And then Vic Scott with the bunt, and it's second and third. Now, Ali Marmol had pulled Herrera. So on deck is Pages. At the plate with the base open, second and third, is J.J. Weatherholt. You got a one-run game. You have no force out. I'm sitting there, and this is Kevin Cash. This isn't some slap and tickle guy,
right.
You know. And I'm going, now they're going to walk Weatherholt. No.
Pitched to him.
They pitched to him.
Yeah.
Base hit. How do you do? That'll wrap it up.
Yeah.
Awesome. I was truly surprised by that. Am I too into the weeds here for a Saturday afternoon game for a team with an over-under of 68.5 wins? It sounds like an October conversation, but I was standing at the game thinking, okay, it's going to be bases loaded, and God, you're going to have Pages, or maybe they pinch hit Pozo. I don't know. Either way, a force out. If he doesn't get it to the outfield, right. 6-4-3, 5-4-3, or just 5-2 force at the plate, 5-2-3. To end the game is live AF, and instead they pitch to Weatherholt, and that'll do it. Base hit, scores 2 runs, Cardinals win.
I would love to know the thinking. If they obviously know his resume as a young phenom, I wonder if they're thinking, we'll see if the kid can handle the ball.
My thought was
if they're like, he's just a rookie.
Yeah.
I wonder if that was there, or if they feared Pozo.
Here is Weatherholt following the win.
Brownie pulled me aside and said, you get the first guy in, we'll worry about the second guy later. And he wanted a fly ball to center. Didn't work like that, but we'll take it. So I told him I just wanted to be aggressive early, and that's what I did. I mean, it's a little bit scary because you get all these people just sprinting at you, and I'm like, am I supposed to run towards them? Am I supposed to run away? What am I supposed to do? When's the water coming? So, you know, but it's just such a great feeling to see that. It's amazing.
Well, they're not happy with me, Martin. The Mississippi Mud Shark says, your back must hurt from carrying that Cardinal water there, Timmy. That's from the Mississippi Mud Shark.
Water.
It is. It's a fun. I've been enjoying the hell out of watching these ball games.
I don't know what to say. I mean, I'm consistent. Mississippi Mud Shark. If you'd like to contact me at tmckernan at InsideSTL.com and engage in a form of a wager, I will go with you. And, you can take the under on the 68.5. I'll take the over on the 68.5 and just throw another log on the fire there. These are my observations, and I am certainly not on the Cardinal payroll. If I were, I would do everything I could to get the Navy hats on the road when they head to Detroit this weekend. Mets in town tonight. I think that will certainly be a different level of competition, at the very least a different level of a lineup that the Cardinals will have to navigate. If you were looking for concerns, and I realize most people probably weren't even worried about concerns this year because the expectations are so low, God almighty, they got a bullpen situation.
Yeah, boy.
Sweet mother of mercy, do they have a bullpen situation?
The clown car of guys I've never heard of before.
Well, we
coming in there and
noted
figuring it out.
We noted there were a lot of players in the bullpen like, who's that? Who's that? And now we're saying, oh boy, oh boy.
Yeah.
If it makes you feel any better, the White Sox were swept by the Brewers. So the White Sox Milwaukee is a pleasant 3-0 thanks to the White Sox appearance. Tim, your Colorado Rockies are also off to an 0-3 start.
That's
so they're
surprising.
picking up where
And who
they
would
left
play? They play
off.
like the Yankees, or they play the Dodgers, or they play.
The Rockies were swept by the robust Barbecue and Marlins. How about that?
Barbecue and Marlins.
The Marlins. Gosh.
How about the choke artist 1.6 is on board with me?
Oh, wow.
That's a moment.
Even Brad Thompson pointed out there's a long resume there of hating things. Or no, that is 618.
hate.
Y'all can go F yourselves. Tim hasn't spoken a lie yet. Wow, I got choke artist 1.6 support. How about that?
W.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fired up to watch. And I don't know what the hell is going on. Why? I truly can't explain why.
Yeah.
I mean, I did bet the over, but the money isn't going to change my life. So, I'm enjoying watching the games.
Yeah, I
all
think-
I got to do is win 1 out of 2.5 games for me to cover. This isn't really,
Right.
So I don't know. I don't know what it is. I think as a longtime Cardinal fan, frustrated by the inertia of what essentially has been about a decade of staying in a safe lane, I like that they picked a path. They've stuck to it. It might be unpopular with some fans, but they believe they're doing the right thing, sacrificing the short term for the long term. And I also value, and maybe this is, I like when I'm of the opinion, because I'm not in that clubhouse. Martin, you're in that clubhouse. I used to be in that clubhouse all the time. That's been a long time ago, so I don't know. But I just psychologically think there is value when you ship out people who may be policing things and younger people go, oh, we can't say this or act like this because this guy who may or may not be any good anymore has been around the game, and we've got to behave a certain way and we can't enjoy ourselves. Clearly, if anything, I would tell you, it looks like Mason Wynn, who's a young guy, is one of the leaders. I know Chaim Bloom has said that. I mean, here's a young guy who's one of the leaders. He's got a couple of years in the big leagues. Not even that. And they're having fun. And there's energy. And on top of that, I mean, I was like, okay, after the comeback on opening day and after blowing the lead with that bullpen in the 9th inning on Saturday, and then the Rays take the lead, sure enough, they come back again. I'm like, okay, May doesn't have it. He's getting lit up. Ricky Horton, I was listening to the radio broadcast, thought that he might be giving tells. Okay, they'll write this one off. No, they come back again yesterday. I realized they weren't able to get it done, but they got the fire squad out in the bullpen, so it's going to be problems. They're going to have to score runs. I never thought they would score runs with this
22
group.
runs in
Holy
3 games.
crap.
That, to me, is the biggest shock.
McGreevy didn't allow a hit. And I don't know if I saw him throw a ball more than 91.5 miles an hour. I was watching. I'm going, my God, this guy's pitching old school out here, and it's not like he's an old guy. What Libertor did, if I'm not mistaken, it was 1 earned run through 11 innings in their 2 starts.
Yep.
O'Brien's
the TMA bump, I think, from McGreevy, right?
Yeah,
on the show. He's going to have to call the day before every start, clearly.
So I think it's youthful enthusiasm and not feeling like there's dead money on the books that I like. That's I don't know. I'm trying to figure it out, and I love the ABS.
Well, if you're a grouchy veteran and you're not productive, that's even worse.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
So if you're kind of surly or grouchy or whatever, I'm not saying certain guys were, but if you get to that point in your career, but you're still producing and you're just a stud, people go, wow, he's the man. That's fine. It's okay. But if it's a fading career and then still an unpleasantness, then the players say, okay, we got to shut up for a while. Right. I think your leaders now are Mason Wynn, Alec Burleson, guys who are pretty damn young.
Yes.
Who are leading the way. But if you talk to Wynn, and we have, and you've talked to Weatherholt on the show even, you can tell he's young, but he's pretty mature, pretty polished. Absolutely. He seems like a total pro.
Your thoughts on the topic? Well, it sounds like, well, based on what I'm seeing in here, a lot of people are on board, which is cool to see. 314-399-9646. A lot of positivity from the weekend, and, God bless. I'm 100 with Tim, F the DH, and the playoffs. That's from the 314. Let's see. Anyway, Chris Kerber is going to join us because the Blues are on an absolute heater and a critical week, but a great opportunity because two of the teams that they are going back and forth in the standings with are on their dossier, starting with the Sharks tonight, and then you got the Kings coming up. Blues conversation with Chris Kerber next here on TMA.
Hey, spring is officially here, and that means you want to make sure that that air conditioner is ready to go. Make sure that it is updated. Make sure that it has been checked out. Make sure that you've got a maintenance check, because as this weather starts to heat up, you want to make sure that this thing is running right and you don't have any big-time repairs that are needed. How about this review from one classic air care customer, Daniel? Griffin F. was on time and checked everything out and cleaned up after himself in a very professional manner. He was very thorough and had a great personality. Only thing I needed done was to put a new humidifier filter in. Very happy with everything he did, and I would hope to see him on our next follow-up appointments in the future. Those are the kind of appointments, those are the kind of details, those are the kind of customer service that you can expect when you bring in Classic Air Care. Look, they're not going to have you do a repair that you don't need. In the case of Daniel, it was just simply a filter in the humidifier. But those little details do make a difference. It's springtime. You can make sure that they can get out there very quickly for you. You book an appointment online at classicaircare.com. Don't forget, change that air filter on a regular basis. Make sure the PVC pipe near your furnace is clean and clear. And make sure that there are no leaves or debris that have built up around your outside unit. Those are things you can do to help yourself out, and those are some tips from Classic Air Care. They've been making people comfortable since 1926.
Welcome back to the Morning After 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program every Monday in our Fisher Window and Door Store 8 o'clock hour. We are joined on the Collier and Thompson phone lines by Chris Kerber. Kerbs, good morning.
Tim, morning, bud. How are you?
Morning. You're up early in the morning out there, right?
Yeah, I don't have much choice when you got radio hits at 8:15, but no, it's all good. Get up a little bit earlier out here. It's 6:15, 6:20, and but this is the third West Coast trip the Blues have had this month, so I kind of feel like my body is pretty much on permanent Pacific Coast time at the moment.
And if you're looking at the standings, which I would have a couple weeks ago, I said, we're not doing it. And now we got to do it because they just keep on winning. San Jose, L.A. Kings, a couple of teams you'll see this week. Those, you look up in the stand, those are the teams you need to take out.
Martin, this is the craziest thing, and I agree with you. I mean, a couple weeks ago, about a week and a half ago, you look, and except for the Vancouver Canucks, the New York Rangers, the Calgary Flames, the teams that were below you in the standings, we're just 2 points away. I mean, you were 2 points a swing away from being where you'd be picking second overall in the draft. Now you're 4 points out of a playoff spot. And here's the reality, because Nashville lost again to Tampa yesterday. If the St. Louis Blues win their next two games, they're tied. They end up tied for that second wild card. And if Seattle loses their next game, the St. Louis Blues have the second wild card spot if the Blues win their next two games. Like, the only scenario that prevents the Blues from having that second wild card spot if they win their next two games would be if Seattle were to beat, I believe it's Edmonton on Tuesday night. So, it's no longer out of the realm of possibility. It's still, a tough schedule for the Blues with the West Coast travel and then finish with Colorado on this trip and a home game with Colorado. It's a gauntlet still, but yeah, they somehow they are right back into it. And I mean, I guess the only thing you can say is it's that Vince Scully line when Kirk Gibson hit that home run. You know, in a year of the improbable, the impossible has happened, and we'll have to wait and see if the Blues can, get up to the plate here without, being able to walk on their knees and still hit the game-winning home run.
I am absolutely, as I think the market is now, because I think a lot of people had kind of checked out, and understandably so, or were pulling for the team to lose because they wanted to see them get the best overall draft pick. And so within a matter of that month, which has featured multiple West Coast road trips, as you noted, there has been a shift for a large number of people, not everyone, to going, okay, holy crap, maybe this can happen. And when I listen to your podcast and I watch the post game, it's noticeable to me the level of confidence that the team has. And so when you have that, then you go, well, hell, it doesn't make any sense, but it can happen. So my question to you, is somebody who's been around the team, who saw what transpired with the trade deadline, what do you think has caused the shift in being, once again, like last year, also Rans, to going off after the Olympic break?
Goaltending.
Simple as that.
I mean, it really is. It really, to me, is just that simple. It's goaltending. Now, just like the month of October, but on the absolute opposite side of the spectrum, there are other factors. I mean, Philip Broberg has found a whole nother level as this season's gone along, right? Logan Mailloux looks like a totally different defenseman than he did at the beginning of the year. When there was absolutely no offense, in the month of October, you've got a line now with Thomas Snuggerud and Holloway that's really clicking. And then, I guess the last thing is look at those second periods. I mean, through the month, until the Olympic break ended, the Blues' second periods were statistically the worst of any team in the National Hockey League, and consistently that way. Now, everything, like all of that, has been flipped, and it's the complete opposite. Now, Jim Montgomery made this point, though, about a week or two ago. Compare this year to last year. One of the biggest differences, though, is, again, the goals for last year, the way the team was playing in front of the net. Defensively, the team is playing like it was last year, but it's not the same scenario. The offense isn't quite the same how they're getting it. That said, they're still finding ways of winning, and it comes back to goaltending. I mean, both these goaltenders right now are just off the charts, and it's been pretty fun to watch.
And then there's Jimmy Snuggerud. In the month of March, he has played in 13 games. He's got 7 goals, 8 assists. I think if you're a fan of the Blues looking towards the future, and we talk a lot about drafting, developing, you got to have guys who become stars, and we deal with this with the Cardinals a lot when people get labeled or tagged, next big thing. I feel like Snuggerud has given everybody a little hint here that he's going to be pretty good for a while.
Martin, there's several different angles to look at this. And part of it is if you go back to Tim's last question, I can make a case. I could sit here and be very convincing for you guys on still why the St. Louis Blues need to find themselves in a top 5 pick this year, and feel very confident that will be a great thing for this franchise, right? But I also understand the excitement of the moment, and when you've got young players that are coming to the rink every day with something to play with or something to play for, that really takes you. It's important for those young players. It actually helps prevent the losing culture from creeping in. So that is equally as important as well. Jimmy Snuggerud has found his stride. Robert Thomas at center with a healthy Holloway clearly on the other side that teams have to contend with. But the Blues found somebody with a 23rd overall pick, and it looks like he could end up being a real stud. And we're going to have to see how this continues down the road. But he's got all the makings of something. It's somewhere in there. If you're a team like the Blues, the Boston Bruins are an example of this. Most recently, the Washington Capitals, I would think, and frankly, the Pittsburgh Penguins. If somewhere in there, if you are going to not be picking high, 4 out of 5 years, like the Chicago Blackhawks are currently doing, or like the Buffalo Sabres did, those middle to late round first picks have got to become more than just okay players. They've got to become studs. Sometimes those second and third round picks, Colton Parayko drafted in the 3rd round, for example, things like that have got to become real big hits for you. And Snuggerud looks like it is. I mean, somewhere the Blues need to find their David Pastrnak, in the late 1st round. Now, is Jimmy Snuggerud going to be that kind of a producer? He could be. We'll have to wait and see. I mean, he's in his rookie season, but it's encouraging when you're talking about somebody that's got the most, rookie points, in a season and approaching 40 points. He'd be the first Blue since Patrick Berglund to get 40 points his rookie year. I mean, so he's an exciting one to watch right now. And the Blues are going to need him and Carbonneau and Jiricek and some of these other guys, Lindstein and Stenberg, to really step up and produce, because when you're not picking high, let's say top 10 on a regular basis, and we know the Blues have only had the one top 10 pick since Pietrangelo in 08, you've got to find production in those guys, and they're getting it right now from him.
I understand fans who are mad. I wanted them to get a better pick. I think at this point that's out the window, okay? They're winning, they're playing well, so now you got to kind of lean into this if you're a fan of the team. What do you think the math is with 10 games to go? Do you have to win 8, which would get you 16 points? If you win 7, so they're at 73 points, that's the Vaughn Index, What do you think the magic number is to be in? Is it 87, 88, 89? I know you look at this stuff. What do you think is needed over these 10?
Yeah, you know what? The East and the West have really flipped. There was there's been a good number of years where you could get in with 87, 88 if you were in the East. And now the cycle has really turned. So it's to me, it feels, at least the way these teams are playing right now, that it is 87, 88 to get you in. The good news for Blues fans, Martin, and I agree with you, like now you're going, okay, you're this close. Go get it, right? The Blues regulation win total becomes one of the most important parts of the standings here. If you look in the entire league over the entire season, the Blues actually have the highest percentage of their wins coming as regulation wins because they haven't been a great overtime team, right? So because of that, the first tiebreaker is that RW column in the standings, the regulation wins. And the Blues currently own the tiebreaker over every single one of those teams they're chasing. So I think it is going to still be, you've got 10 games to go. I still think you've got to win probably 8 of them to give yourself a legit chance. And that still means you're going to need some help and some of these other teams not catching fire. That's part of it. But, and that's a difficult task. Again, you've got Pittsburgh, you've got 2 games against Colorado, you got Minnesota, there's Utah in there, obviously the Los Angeles Kings, the San Jose Sharks. So there's a lot that they still have to contend with to get there. But to me, it feels like an 8-1-1 kind of run still feels like the necessity. And guys, listen, this is the most important thing, obviously, is tonight's game, not to get all sports, cliche on you. But if you go back, you look back now at the game-by-game schedule, and there's 3 different instances where the Blues have had a really good homestand, and this is in the second half. You're like, okay, they're turning things around, and then they've gone on like a 3-game road trip, and they've lost the first 2 games, if not all 3 games on that road trip. That's a pattern that has to break tonight. To me, your playoff season hinges on these next 2 games. You lose them, I think you're done. You win them. Like I said, if you win them and Seattle loses on Tuesday, by Wednesday night, you could find yourself in that second wild card spot. So to me, these are game 6. These next 2 games, to me, you have to look at them like games 6 and 7 when you are down in a series 3-2.
I was observing a couple of things, and I really am curious what your thoughts are, and I think you would be direct with this question. First off, if you take a look at the month of March, which the Blues will be wrapping up, and it's been incredibly successful, if I'm not mistaken, and you may know off the top of your head, but just looking at the schedule, the Blues only lost in regulation 1 time, and that was a 1-goal loss in Winnipeg. It has been, so even when they've lost some games, they've been overtime with the exception. So they've been picking up points left and right. What I have observed, in addition to the goaltending, is Robert Thomas looks like a different guy. And when he was on the program with us, Kerbs, the morning after the trade deadline, it stood out to me that he was irritated, I guess, for lack of a better term. And I realize he's also healthy now, notwithstanding the tackle last week against the Capitals. But he strikes me as a man possessed. And if you take a look at his month of March, number 1, plus-minus of 18, 5 goals. He had 2 more assists on Saturday against the Leafs, giving him 10 in the month of March and 15 points. What have you seen from Thomas, and do you think there's some extra fire under his ass?
Yes, I do think there is. I think when you're Robert Thomas, you're in year 3 of a 5-year deal, and your name was, even if not every one of those rumors was true, but I think you'd be pretty naive to think that there was that much smoke around the trade deadline and not some fire, right? So, clearly the St. Louis Blues were taking calls on him, and that I have no doubt in my mind about. So, yeah, I got to think he is a little bit fired up here. Now, he still absolutely controls his own destiny, and he knows it, right? But whether that's motivation, whether you're playing ticked off, or whatever it is, there has been a good jump in his game. Now, part of that is also being healthy. Part of that is a healthy Dylan Holloway, and of all the different line combinations that they tried throughout the first 70 games of the year, first 60 games of the year, this one seems to be really clicking and flying. And look, this is a guy that has had 2 60-assist seasons in his career at the young age of 26. And there's only one guy in the franchise history that's had 3 or more seasons of 60 assists. That'd be Bernie Federko. And this is another heck of a pick at 20th overall when they pick Robert Thomas. So, he's finding another level. But, Tim, I'm going to be honest with you. I think it's not just him. I think when we were out here in San Jose a few weeks ago for that trade deadline, and the Blues traded and they traded Falk, and then, of course, they traded Braden Shen. I think there was a real, almost cantankerous attitude that went through this hockey team when Braden Shen got traded and the way things shook out there. And can I put a finger on it exactly? No. But can I tell you there just seemed to be a vibe after that, like a little bit of a bullish, what the hell kind of attitude with this team? Absolutely. And then again, look, just shake it all up. It's coming back down to the 2 guys between the pipes, are just absolutely getting it done on their end. But look, Robert Thomas has been leading by example on that top line, and he's been absolutely fun to watch. 54% on face-off draws, like just everything, and they need him because look, here's the one thing: had they traded him, you don't have another number 1 center. You don't have anything close in the organization. I'm not sure what'll happen in the future, over the next summer or whatever when it comes on that topic. But right now, you're not doing what you're doing on the ice without what he's doing on it.
That's Chris Kerber live with us from San Jose, and this is big time stuff here tonight. And on Wednesday, you'll be able to catch the pregame on 101 ESPN at 8 p.m. Puck drop with the Sharks at 9 p.m. The Blues once again mounting a late season charge to try to get into the Stanley Cup playoffs. Kerbs, we appreciate you getting up early with us. Thank you so much, and enjoy the festivities tonight in San Jose.
All right, fellas. Have an awesome week. We'll talk to you next week when we're back home from the coast.
Thanks, Chris. That's Chris Kerber with us here on the Collier and Thompson phone lines. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. You're welcome to call in 314-974-0101. Collier and Thompson phone lines. You can text in 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox. And you can talk it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 grams of carbohydrates. It's only worth it if you enjoy it. Michelob Ultra is a perfect complement to a lovely spring in the St. Louis area. Michelob Ultra, 95 calories, 2.6 carbohydrates. Sponsor of our YouTube chat. The program is called The Morning After. It's presented to you by Brown & Crouppen on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. Baseball fans, FanDuel's giving you a chance to call your shot with daily dingers. Joining the action is easy. Just make your free pick on who's hitting a home run in their game. And if you're right, you'll get a profit boost to use on your next bet for a chance at extra winnings. It's just another reason why FanDuel is the home of home runs. Jackson Burkett has a play. What do we got?
Yeah, let's ride the hot hand. This Jordan Walker, all his numbers are telling you this guy's feeling it. He's plus 620 to the homer tonight. You can boost that with a 50% profit boost, courtesy of FanDuel, to get that up to plus 1020. Why not? Let's have some fun. Jordan Walker. Yeah, they hit a dinger.
How about that? Jackson Burkett going with a Walker home run. Head over to FanDuel.com/local to opt in for daily dingers and make your free pick on who's hitting a homer. FanDuel, an official partner of the MLB. Must be 21 or older and present Missouri. No purchase necessary. Opt-in required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable profit boost tokens. Restrictions apply, including any token expiration and max wager amount. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. It's TMA 101 ESPN. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Doug Vaughn vacationing. Jackson Burkett on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt will take your phone calls on the Callier and Thompson phone lines and filter the emails for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today 1 hour from now on the Polos Plus dossier. Here we go, Martin. This is it. 2 more days left in the month of March, and the Schaefer Door Company prize for the Design Air Heating and Cooling Emailer of the Month winner, Chet's neighbor, leads by 1 over the poor film student and Shooter McGavin. So it is a 3-way race. No one else is in the mix. Toby, you won, but you aren't going to win the month. Average size Shabongas, you won, but you aren't going to win the month. Heiser House Hooligan, Buck Swope, Blazin' Bill, Tom Hershey's Pool, Magic Eric, Shun, We Too Low, Bro Fallon, Beef Momo, all have 1 win, but you've been mathematically eliminated. It's a 3-horse race. Somebody's going to win a $5,000 garage from Schaefer Door Company online at SCHAEFER door.com, the sponsor of the podcast here on 101 ESPN. And if your garage door broke over the weekend, go to SchaeferDoor.com right now because they set aside time on Monday mornings to make sure they can get to the garage doors that broke over the weekend right away on Monday morning. That's Jason Gassrow and Schaefer Door Company, a LiftMaster partner. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Jackson Burkett, Chairman Kurt with you. I was asking Martin and Jackson during the commercial break, with everything that has gone on this weekend in both St. Louis and national sports. We led with the Illini going to the Final Four. And then, of course, the Duke-UConn game. And Josh Schertz and that whole situation with NC State over the weekend. The Cardinals. Just talked with Chris Kerber about the Blues, 4 points back of a playoff spot. I said the only thing that stands out to me, because I wanted to lead with the Battlehawks, that we haven't talked about yet is Tiger Woods. And then Martin said, well, we haven't talked about Jackson going to the Cardinal game on a date with Marsh. And I didn't know.
Right there. It's all about the verbiage. It's all about the verbiage. On a date is
okay. But did Marsh send out a picture of you guys?
He sent out a tweet of the two of you at the game.
I got to go see this.
And he said something about let the rumors begin or something.
Not helping the rumors.
Not helping the rumors. Okay. I'm just reporting facts here.
That's all you're doing.
You get mad at me.
I'm not mad.
Okay.
I'm not mad, but I think we got to get all the details.
Marsh put it out there.
God, and I got to tell you, Marsh looks horny AF in this picture.
Right. Well, it was a beautiful day. While we're in the break, Martin said they tweeted that. No. Marsh tweeted that. I would have been totally fine just enjoying the ball game with my buddy Marsh.
Yeah, you want to meet with NC State. You don't want me tweeting about it, okay?
Right. That's right.
Which, by the way, they just hired Justin Gainey, who was the associate head coach at Tennessee, but he had played at NC State.
Got it.
Considered to be a strong candidate. So you went to the ball game. How does that happen? Does he sheepishly call Saturday? What do you got cooking on Sunday?
Texted me on Friday. He's like, hey, thinking about going to the game on Sunday. Tickets are cheap. You want to join? I said, sure.
Creepy.
Sounds great.
Weird.
His girlfriend was there. One of her friends was there.
Oh,
See,
now Martin.
Now more details.
Now, Martin, now.
Well, I don't know what to say. I went to, me and Marsh are pretty friendly. He's my buddy. We are around the same age. Obviously work in the same office here, have similar interests. So I don't think it's that odd to go to the ball game. Yeah, he likes hockey, and I like hoops. It's okay. We both love baseball.
Common bond.
Yeah.
Was this a blind date?
No, it was not.
Just to let you know, you're.
I know because I'm being watched like an absolute hawk over there. I know that, whatever tells one could give off, I'm probably giving off.
You have to understand, Martin and I, or I'll take me. I'm living vicariously through you.
Right.
The highlight of my week, I'm going to sit on my left hand for 5 minutes.
Sure.
So if you got something going on.
Yeah, hello, friends.
Yeah. So
did you guys shoot it after the game?
Yeah. What about that? Pony?
Went over to the ballpark village.
Oh, you rode the bull?
No.
I wish Marsh would have tweeted that out.
That would be worthy of a tweet.
She said that other young lady. Yeah, we were at the Crown Hall the other day. We did a show. We had Heim Bloom and the guys on.
Yeah, does she know that you're a morning drive radio star?
Yeah, that really makes an impact on people under 35. No, what I'm saying is that we went over to the little outdoor area at BPV, the sports and social area.
Yeah, I was hanging out there on Saturday.
What a great vibe they have there. That's awesome. On a
They
beautiful
were just
day.
like strangers throwing a football and baseball around.
Oh, there are people
it's like we were in
shooting
a
hoops.
park, Martin. We were in Central Park. No, we're in downtown St. Louis.
Yeah.
And it was hard to believe that there was a UFL game just like 4 blocks to the north.
I know. What a time to be alive. You could smell the salt and smoke in the background. It was
Oh,
nice.
Tom Schmidt's brisket.
Yeah. Smell all the brisket.
Nice.
It was a great day.
Good for you.
It was a beautiful Sunday.
The joke is that Marshy's the one who put it out there, so let
Right.
the rumors.
Right.
Yeah,
well, I was fine with it.
That's
but
fine.
I
I'm
knew
glad
what
you
was
guys are
coming out
buddies.
of it. Yeah.
Good for you, pal.
It was a great day. It was great
Tim,
seats.
we didn't get invited to go to the
I
game.
noticed that. Chairman Kirk just sent me something else. What do we got going on here, Chairman?
I was just a little quicker than your Twitter search.
Ah, got it. This is the picture that I'm just telling you, Marsh looks randy.
I understand that.
Yeah.
I can understand that.
So he's got a significant other.
He does, yes.
And that's a lady.
Yeah.
For clarification.
Confirmed. Who's
And,
lovely.
and the lady just happened to bring a lady.
Oh yeah, her
But
friend.
it wasn't like, oh, let's see if you two, is that lady single?
That I don't know. I didn't ascertain. But no, it was just a couple of young people, 4 young people enjoying a Cardinal baseball game.
Did you get that unlimited food and just shove it in your mouth? You went up into those left field seats.
Just nonstop eating.
Hey, Marsh, who's the lady friend? Who's her friend? Yeah. You guys want more nachos?
I brought my own feed bag. I just strapped onto that. No, I didn't have
Well, we've
anything.
got a report, and now this is not confirmed. I saw papers on Sunday with Marsh and Friends. Papers had his, and then it gets vivid, but essentially saying you went to first base while he was watching you from the Warson Woods Wacko.
What? What the? No, not the case. Whatever.
Jackson, I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I brought this
Listen,
up.
the picture was out there. It was fine. I just like that.
Well, there wasn't a girl in the picture. It was just you and Marsh. And like I said, the guy looks horny as all get out.
Yeah, he took a picture with his own phone. He didn't ask someone to take a picture of the 4 of us. That would have been weird. I would have been like, I don't know if we should do that. Let's just watch the game.
I do feel bad. I brought this up. I'm sorry.
You know, you shouldn't
you
feel
should go
bad.
to the ball
The
game, have a fun.
The pictures out there would come up one way or another.
Okay.
Which is fine. I don't care. Marsh is my friend. We went to a ball game. Not weird.
Okay.
Guys who spent their entire weekends indoors are telling me it's weird that I went to a baseball game with a coworker. Likely. I'm not looking at the text line today.
You're not?
Nah.
Missouri's loss is 10 days old.
Yeah, well, that's still. I will scroll Twitter randomly sometimes. And I don't know what the deal is with it, but like your following page, it'll just show really old tweets. And the other day, I saw Illinois or Missouri Miami final score. I was like, "Hey, what the hell's that doing?" That
You thought you'd filtered that out.
Just long ago. No, I got a full week of looking at the text line, changing names later. This
I like
week,
to do
so.
a blind resume for you guys on the text line.
Yeah.
Blind resume, Tim. During the Chris Kerber Blues interview, blind resume, the tweet says, "This is so dumb. I effing hate this team. Ruining draft position.
I have to
Not
recuse
good."
myself because I saw the text.
Okay.
You're asking who the texter is?
Yeah, so blind resume, and then that was sent a couple times. "This is so dumb. I effing hate this team. Ruining draft position, not good." Followed up with, "No. Robert Thomas must go. These games are meaningless." That
Harrison's brother Master?
Yes,
Nice.
yes, there
This
you
is a
go.
nice little game show. I
Felt
like
good
this
on that
game
one.
show.
Felt
Do
good on
some
that
more
one.
blind resumes for you
Yeah.
guys.
I like that.
Doesn't this remind you? I mean, I guess it's so obvious, but doesn't it remind you of last year? Doesn't it? Am I off on that?
It's almost identical. I did hear a great quote from Jim Montgomery, and I can't remember when because they talk in the morning, and then they talk during the game, and then they talk after. I don't remember when he said it, but he talked about how they should have been better earlier in the season. He said, "I blame myself."
Yes, that was after the Thursday night win.
After the Thursday win.
Yes.
Okay.
And I think we played it on Friday,
Did we?
but I could be
Was
off
I
the
here?
mark.
Gosh.
Yeah.
Because I thought, you know what? It is amazing that this same, there's been some changes, but largely it's the same group. All of a sudden kind of, quote, figures it. I get it. They're healthier now. Holloway, Snuggerud, Thomas together appears to be a great line for sure. But I appreciated Montgomery kind of eating it a little bit. I think he probably deserves some credit here both years because when they get kind of down, I think he's pretty even keel. We've seen coaches who kind of get in the tank. I think he's been real consistent, and I think that's helped them not just fall off the cliff a little bit. But it is a lot like last year. I would love to see the math because I remember us saying last year, "Oh, they're not going to do it. They're not going to make it." I would like to see how similar, it feels very similar with the surge they're doing now with just insane winning percentage, 10, 1, and 2 in the month of March, 11, 2, and 2 since the break. I would like a side-by-side from last year. Like at this point, were they 4 back with 10 to go? Was it more? Because I think we wrote them off last year for sure.
100%.
But I understand.
And then remember, Parayko got hurt in that Kings game too.
Yep.
And then I'm like, okay, now it's really done. And they announced that on a Friday afternoon. I remember Montgomery coming on with the fast lane and listening to those guys talk about it. And he's like, if anything, this team's gained confidence, so I'm not that concerned about it. I'm like, okay, I guess that's what you say when you're the head coach. And then sure enough, they kept it going.
And I understand people that, I thought we were going to get a great draft pick. But at this point, you've kind of gotten out of that conversation. So you want things to matter, your games to be interesting. You want your teams to be fun. Might as well lean into it for a little bit and see if they can keep it right. It's still a tall order. There's no doubt about it. You got Colorado twice, but why not kind of lean in to have a little fun with this?
I asked Kerber about the Thomas thing because, it all started with you. You had him come on the program. Was that the morning after the trade deadline? I think
it was a week. Wasn't it a week later, maybe? Because everything went down. They were on the road. Remember the Shen trade? They were in San Jose, and then they came back. And then over that weekend, he did a podcast talking about his name being mentioned. And that was the first time I'd heard him reference it. So I think I said, hey, do you want to hop on? I think it was the day of a game, and he said, sure. Friend of the show. I had previously tweeted him 4 months earlier, texted him.
He got back to you. And it was clear he was pissed, but the thing that stood out to me was that the guys on the team, and I'd heard him say, and I can't remember, it was a West Coast game. I think it was after they beat Anaheim. And I was listening to his interview in a post-game scrum session following that win. I'm like, wow, Thomas is really talkative. And my read was Thomas, and then Kerber just elaborated on it with us here, that the group felt like management, Doug Armstrong, didn't view the team as highly as the team viewed itself. And that pissed them off. Now, you can take a side on that, be my guest. It doesn't really matter. But what I'm telling you is that lit the fire. And I don't think that's what happened last year. So that's where I would say there is a difference. And I think specific to Thomas, I think the fact that they made the trades that they made, and they did trade Colton Parayko, he just vetoed it, pissed him off as a guy who's in the middle of a long-term contract and wants to maximize the productivity of that time. Now, you might go, well, Robert Thomas's lack of health and play is the reason they're in this spot. And some of these guys have to look in the mirror. And I wouldn't disagree with any of that, but I'm just telling you, if you were to point to something, that's what I would point to. And that, united the group. And you look at the entire month of March, and they have one loss in regulation, and that was at Winnipeg. And that was a game that they were down 2-0, and they battled back and wound up losing 3-2.
It's interesting. Last year, they seemed to be united in that deals weren't made, that Army kind of let it play out, and Shen turned down a trade. Mm-hmm. So Shen got to stay, and people have said, he's gone now, they're winning. He's pretty popular in that room, so maybe they're better off without him as a player.
I would not connect those dots.
Yeah, maybe as a player on the ice, he is certainly, on the other side of his career. But that's not accurate because, if anything, tying in with the team being ticked off, Shen having to go and even basically saying, well, they tried to do it to me twice. I figured I might as well say yes. I think that upset the players and maybe did motivate a bit. A year ago was when the team didn't get broken up at the deadline. I think the Thomas conversation moving forward is fascinating because, as Kerber said, you don't really have a number one center. So as easy as it is to say, hey, he's mad at us, we were willing to move him, we can get a lot in return, it's the right time to do it, his value is as high as it'll ever be. Okay, who's taking that role? I think that's a huge discussion. And if he stays and Neighbors is the captain, then is he pissed off all the time? That's an interesting needle to thread there. If you keep Thomas, make Neighbors the captain, you got to talk to Thomas. Okay, do you want to be here? Okay, we know you were mad. Okay, I think you have to have some sort of summit if this thing is going to work out long term.
Your thoughts on the topic are welcome by calling in 314-974-0101. Callier and Thompson phone lines 314-399-9646. Air Comfort Service text inbox and the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Talk it over with other TMA listeners in there. We have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up at 9:45 on the polosplus.com dossier. Martin, tell us about Design Air if you'd be so kind.
Oh, no problem at all. Love talking about Design Air, longest running sponsor on this program. And on top of that, you want consistency. They've been doing this for more than a century here in St. Louis, keeping you nice and cool in the summer, nice and warm in the winter. I can attest to that. We had the furnace replaced in November. Excellent, excellent equipment. But on top of that, it is the service. It's about the people. It's always about the people. They come out there, make a nice presentation as to what the options are, why this matters, how this works, air quality, things you don't always think about. So from the presentation to the installation, everything's top notch. It's designerservice.com. That's the website. A lot of choices out there. We encourage you to go with our friends who've been supporting this show. Seth Goldcamp, now fourth generation, so it's a long-time family-owned and operated business, and that matters. It's the family name behind it. They want to make sure you are happy. Send us those texts and emails after you've done business with Design Air. We love passing those along as well. For all your heating and cooling needs, it's designerservice.com.
And email in for that Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day, as it is now a 3-horse race, as Chet's neighbor has a lead by 1 over the poor film student and Shooter McGavin. That's coming your way on the Polos Plus dossier.
Is Chet at all bothered that the neighbor is so chatty?
Yeah, I wonder about that.
I mean, there may be legal getting involved.
Yeah,
Chet.
NDA. Maybe you sign an NDA at that cul-de-sac. Yeah. We'll find out. It's TMA 101 ESPN.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Cardinals lose yesterday to the Rays. Back in action today as they take on the New York Mets right here at Busch Stadium. 6:45 first pitch with Kyle Leahy towing the slab for the Redbirds. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Here's some perspective for you, Martin. I figured this was going to be like a song about Illinois getting to the Final Four.
We could use a good AI-generated Illini song.
All right. The APB has been sent out then.
Yeah, then you can rhyme Kendall Gill with "We're going to break that team's will." You can do a lot of things.
Jackson, why are we playing Celine Dion?
It's her birthday.
What do you think, Martin? 70 bills? I'm going to go.
That sounds high.
I'm going to go 60 bills.
60. 61.
Today she turns 58.
Dang it. Take some time away. I really missed on that Iowa State play the other night. I noticed these guys now in the FanDuel, but they look at each other. You got to play. You got to play. I've been boxed out after that.
You better get to learning because you got one coming up.
Oh, okay.
You better get to learning. I like that a lot. You better get to emailing because we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming your way here in about a half hour on the Polos Plus dossier. Monster weekend in not just St. Louis sports, but sports as a whole. I'm going to see if I can do the topics from memory after a heated argument as to what the lead should be. We went with ILL going to the Final Four. That then led to their opponent and their comeback, UConn and Duke yesterday evening. And then that led into the Josh Schertz, North Carolina State flirtation over the weekend. Then the Cardinals taking 2 of 3 from the Rays with a brand of baseball that so far in a very, 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 very small sample size strikes a number of fans as energetic. And at the very least, they certainly will battle back. They had to do it in all 3 games, and they were victorious in 2 of the 3. And then a conversation with Chris Kerber from San Jose, where the Blues will take on the Sharks tonight. And he said, simple as this: you win these 2 games, you are in the playoff mix. You lose these 2 games, your season most likely is over. So that is what we have tended to so far. This happened on Friday afternoon, and therefore it has some element of, if we were doing a show on Saturday, which I'm trying to get done.
You and Doug, really.
Doug wants it.
Kurt and I were here Saturday. We were looking, where is everybody?
Doug really would like to do a 6th day. But Tiger Woods and his DUI on Friday afternoon. I was with a friend of mine. We were in the middle of a conversation, and he holds up his phone. He goes, look at this. It says Tiger Woods in a car crash. Car rolls over, and I'm like, is this from 2021 that you're showing? I mean, like, it didn't even strike, like, this could be happening yet again. And as it turns out, it was not a case of drinking. He did use a breathalyzer, and it was a 0.00, but charged with driving under the influence because he refused to do the urine test, and therefore charged with a DUI. Martin, your reaction? It was playing out in the TMA group chat, but now here we are 48 hours, 72 hours removed.
I think just shocked at the timing, because earlier in the week there was so much buzz. Like, he hadn't really been in the headlines for the prominent golf headlines for about a year or so. And everybody was getting just kind of worked up. Oh my God, he's playing that TGL. He's going to play in the Masters. There was legitimate Tiger buzz in the golf world. And then I saw it. I thought it was a fake headline at first, because there's so much crap on social media. And then you saw the car flipped over, and I was thinking, how? You're like a side street in Jupiter. How? There's clearly, and you hate to be Mr. Judgy, but there's something going on there because he had the terrible crash out in California. There's a pattern here now. And I said immediately, I think I said to my wife, well, he's not a drinker, right? And then, so that came back 0-0. I think there's been issues in the past with the pain pills. I don't know if they've done any toxicology, if they're able to. I don't know how that works, but it's just kind of sad because he's been through a lot. He's kind of been at times with the nasty breakup with Elin, then that California crash. I feel like that one, there was just a lot more kind of gossip in the background, what was going on, what really happened. And now it seems to maybe confirm some of that gossipy stuff from in the past. You kind of hate it because you want to see him at the Masters, and you would like it. I thought some of the baggage had kind of all drifted to the past, and now it's back front and center.
Jackie Papers, what was your reaction?
Yeah, I think some people, like when they're kind of doing the chronology of his, post 2008, forget like how serious the crash was in 2021. Like he was going really fast, flipped over. If you remember, there was a possibility he was going to have his leg amputated. That's how bad the crash was. It was really, really bad. So like the fact that you could still get in another car crash after that, or with someone his money, like is still driving the car himself, is another one where it's just like kind of surprising by it all. And you're like, you want to like, I remember in 2019 when he won the Masters, how excited I was, how like the little boy in me came back out. I was like, I get to see my favorite golfer, like return to glory. And then everything since then has just kind of been like off the course stuff. That's frustrating. And, you hope for his sake that he finds, some sort of peace in it. Cause like Martin says, like what's going on with all this?
So one of the first questions, I'm sure people are in all kinds of group texts, and in group texts, people are saying, I wonder why he doesn't have a driver. And People Magazine, just this morning, now this is these sources close to
Tiger's Circle.
Yeah, Tiger's Circle. But per TMZ this morning and People Magazine says Tiger will not hire a private driver because, quote, he does not want anyone to watch over him or know what he's doing. And the source added that Tiger feels like he is fine to drive. The context for the record is he got pulled over in Jupiter in 2017. That is where the original mugshot stemmed from. Then you had the accident in L.A. in 2021, and now this accident in Jupiter Island on Friday. So people go, why in the world is this guy in a spot where he's driving? Well, there is, at least according to People Magazine and TMZ, the reasoning.
Do you think this affects his playing at the Masters? Just because, I mean, if you're him and you felt golf ready, you got very few chances left to play, at a decent level. I'm sure he can go when he's 70 and 80 and hit the ball around, but even though it's humiliating and it's, a public concern, if he was kind of planning on it as of a week ago, even, let's say, thinking it was very possible, do you think this would deter him?
I actually, in a weird way, think it may increase the chances of him playing in the Masters.
To kind of get the news away from this and more into Tiger's going to go play at the Masters?
Not even that, actually. But I get that theory, and that might be where people are thinking to be defiant.
Yeah.
He has very little interest in public opinion. So I don't think, what People Magazine and Us Weekly are saying about him, he couldn't care any less. Just to go, okay, you think I got a problem here, So yesterday, Tiger Woods was seen practicing at Medalist. It's where he is a member. It's where all of us are members, actually.
Right, yeah.
And he was out there practicing yesterday morning. So he was released after it's a Florida law that if you are charged with a DUI, you have to be held for 8 hours. And so he was released on Friday evening, and then he goes out and he practices on Sunday morning. So the Masters, 2 weeks from this week, and well, not even 2 weeks at this point.
Yeah, like
I
10
mean,
days.
he'd be teeing off in 10 days.
Yeah.
But his decision would come. So I actually weirdly think it increases the chances. What do you guys think? You think I'm off the mark on that?
I think the way he seems to operate, that this has no effect on his. Like, he either thinks he's good enough to play, and he's sticking with whatever his plan was, a week, a month, 6 months. He's just so driven and regimented that it's probably separate in his brain. This is my theory, that what happened, embarrassing, paparazzi, be damned, whatever. If he was planning on playing, he's going to play.
There are certain people, and I think it leads to greatness. I oftentimes have these conversations with Jackie Papers on QFTA. It's not necessarily a pleasant way to exist, but there are certain people wired this way, and the byproduct oftentimes is greatness. And I think Tiger Woods and Michael Jordan fall into the same category. And I was just listening to John Smoltz, former Cardinal John Smoltz, Martin, for 2 months.
Still mad that they didn't use him that Game 3 against the Dodgers. They went with Joel Pinheiro in the start, and they're down 2-0. And years later, I was doing an interview with Smoltz. Before we started, I said, I'm still mad, LaRusse. And he goes, you're still mad. You are. And remember, he came in that game, and I think he had 6 strikeouts. And he said, you remember what I did? I said, I do remember that.
Yes. Yeah, that was the final time he ever threw a baseball in a Major League game.
John Smoltz's legendary career ended with the Cardinals in a Game 3 loss.
So Smoltz was on a podcast, I believe it was Subpar, with Colt Knost from CBS and Drew Stoles. And this was just last week. This was before all this happened. And he said, I've gotten a chance to play with Tiger quite a bit. And one of my buddies, when we were playing, got a hole-in-one, happened to get a hole-in-one in front of Tiger, and I think Tiger got a 5 on the hole, whatever the hole was, But either way, the guy said something along the lines of, how great is this that I'm going to have a scorecard forever where I got a 1 and Tiger Woods got a 5. And Smoltz said, we had 11 holes left, and he shot 11 under. Just because, and it's a throwaway from just like some random, guy. And it just, and it's like you watch The Last Dance with Michael Jordan holding up the iPad, and everything was taken personally. Yeah. And I just think that's the way that guys like that are wired. Doesn't mean that he can overcome it and then, walk that hilly terrain in Augusta, Georgia, and go off so much as I could see him going, okay, now everybody says I'm this and that. Now I'm going to make sure I am there, and I'm going to do everything I can to shove it up people's asses. That's how I think he is wired. And again, not a pleasant way to live. He has an issue with sleeping throughout his life. When he was arrested in 2017, there were a number of pills involved in that. Don't know what the situation was on this one, but this is what gets him going. So, I mean, when he was walking in for that TGL thing last Tuesday, which is about Monday, whatever the hell it was, Tuesday when he played, I mean, I went to that thing 2 weeks ago. It's fun. I certainly wouldn't consider it serious competition. He looked like he was going out there for Sunday at Augusta. He was so dialed in. It's just, there's just this, I don't know if it's genetic. I think it was kind of taught to him by his mother. He is an absolute mental trained killer. And I think that he will do everything he can to play at the Masters. I think he might have been motivated before, and I think he's more motivated now after this.
And if there's any event where you're safe from the mockery or it's Augusta. Yeah. There's not going to be some hillbilly, hey, Tiger, you pulling out your driver? You could sure use one. Like, you're not going to hear any of that. Yeah.
But
this is not the Phoenix Open.
Sure, but it's also where it's like Chairman Ridley might be like,
Chairman Ridley?
Yeah, Tiger, would you mind apologizing to everybody here like you did with the situation a decade plus ago?
I don't believe that was Chairman Ridley.
Well, but the Augusta.
Yeah. Martin, was that Hootie, Chairman Johnson?
Oh, wow.
And make sure that you address them as chairman. Doug's not here, but that is really important to Doug that you address these people as chairman.
And whoever gets the first interview, CBS or otherwise, and we're here with Tiger after an opening round of 4 under. Tiger, it's been an interesting week or two for you. Like, is it just? I'm sure he's got a team of handlers who let you know what's on topic. Oh, he's not available to comment. By the way, he's not Bill McAtee. He's not available to comment on any of the proceedings for legal reasons.
Right. And the biggest obstacle to him playing the Masters is obviously health and walking.
Correct.
And he came away uninjured from this. So I think if you're looking at it from a health standpoint, this would not change much. It's much more the PR side of it.
But it's unfortunate because this unbelievable sports figure has clearly taken a lot of the resume has been dinged quite a bit.
You are welcome to give your thoughts by texting in, calling in, or by talking it over with other TMA listeners in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you on the program. Little Jackie Papers on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt filtering emails and filtering phone calls. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons and is back tomorrow. Doug Vaughn back tomorrow here on the program. The program brought to you by Brown and Crouppen online at getbc.com or by calling 314-222-2222. That's 314-222-2222. Brown and Crouppen is local, and that's why you hear them in studio with us on Tuesdays, because they were founded here in St. Louis and they're still practicing here in an office building that they gutted and turned into their offices down on the hill within the last handful of years. To the insurance company, you're just a claim number, but to Brown and Crouppen, you're a person with a name that Brown and Crouppen cares about and will fight for. After an accident, money's tight. And that's why they offer so much for free. You can always call for free. Any day, anytime. Your first consultation is always free. They come to you for free, whether it's at home or in the hospital. It's Brown and Crouppen taking care of you. They don't get paid unless you get paid. If you think you may need Brown and Crouppen services, call 314-222-2222 or getbc.com. Go to getbc.com. Make sure you let them know you heard about them on TMA. Choice of a lawyer is an important decision. It should not be based solely on advertisements. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. It's TMA 101 ESPN from the Stiefel Studios.
A lot of talk about Robert Thomas on this show. You want to see him smiling? Go to that AutoLoanPro.com. He's featured there along with all the vehicles available to you. Doesn't matter what the situation, whatever the circumstance, they'll get you into that new vehicle. Best rates possible, lowest down payment possible. That's their guarantee to you. It takes pro to do it right. AutoLoanPro.com. They are part of the Lita family, and on that website, the vehicles that are available, Robert Thomas on there, and the free playbook they put together so you can understand how the credit reports are put together and allows you into that car you're really eyeing. Maybe next time around you'll get into that car because you'll fix your credit and get a new vehicle, all of it happening at one spot. AutoLoanPro.com. Financing a car gets a little complicated. If there's a hiccup, they understand that. So you got to make sure you're with the right folks. Work with the pro. It's AutoLoanPro.com for your next vehicle.
TMA 101 ESPN. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, sponsor of our 9 o'clock hour. Man, I know that Mark Hanna, and I think the world of Mark Hanna, and I am telling you this, and I want to make it crystal clear. If I could go back in a time machine, and it could be a tiny one to transport me, just a tiny little time machine.
Like a shoebox?
Yeah, like a shoebox.
Or like that bank, you put the money in the little plastic tube.
And it fires up the...
Yeah, that's what I would travel in.
Yeah.
I would travel there, Martin, back to 2000. And I'd get
Little Rock? St. Louis.
Little Rock is where I started the year. Yeah. And I would say get yourself a financial advisor. Now, I was 23. But get yourself a financial advisor. Oh, my goodness. The opportunity of your 20s and even 30s, for that matter, to get it right and to do it, just get in the habit of saving money and what that can do for you as you grow up. Sweet mother of mercy, is it important? And to have somebody you can bounce things off, somebody who's a good person, a smart person, and somebody you know is acting in your best interests, that is Mark Hanna. Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com or call 314-889-0503. Mark Hanna, Evergreen Wealth Strategies, online at evergreen-ws.com. Get involved on the program by texting in, by calling in, by emailing in, by talking it over in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat. Chris Kerber was with us earlier on the program, and you can always go back and podcast that. Jackson went to the Cardinal game on Sunday. I went on Saturday. Martin was there on opening day Thursday. We've got it all covered. With the caliber of weather today, I might go down there with...
Yeah, I'm going tomorrow night.
Are you really? So so their representation at this...
This is Ripken-esque.
I love going to the ball yard.
Wow. Can I ask a logistics question, though?
I'm taking questions.
Okay.
Doug historically doesn't. I don't know what Jackson's perspective is.
I love taking
No,
questions.
MLB and the Players Association negotiated more days off because it was very rare. So now they have about one a week. Why do they play on Mondays and then not play on Thursday? They're always off on Thursday, and I feel like that's a better draw. If you got some tickets, hey, you want to go down on Thursday
Yeah, I agree.
afternoon or evening, and then Monday at the beginning of the week. Doesn't that seem, maybe that's how the PA negotiated it?
Right.
But for example, like the Cardinals are off the next 3 or 4 Thursdays.
Well, I imagine like for like the Mets who played at home this weekend, if you go, Sunday afternoon game, fly to
It's
St.
an
Louis.
easier travel day.
Yes,
There's
and
your
then-
logistics answer.
And then you play on
So
Friday.
you're traveling in the afternoon instead
You
of
get
a
a
late
whole day
night
off.
flight on a
Right.
Thursday. Again, maybe the PA.
Right.
Because the teams you would think would prefer a Thursday gate.
Right. So
So Monday.
Thursday day game.
Yeah.
Thursday day game and then travel for Friday night game. That would,
Yeah.
I guess, be the same thing. So, yeah, I would agree.
Because it seems like Monday, if you're trying to sell tickets, wouldn't you rather that be a Thursday?
I agree with you on that.
You know?
Yeah.
By the way, the Cardinals play at noon on Friday in Detroit. I was wondering, it's the home opener for the Tigers.
That makes sense. Yeah.
They're going to get to see Justin Verlander, just like they did 20 years ago in the World Series when there were a lot of E1s. Justin Verlander back with the Tigers. He's making his season debut for them at 43 today in Arizona, and he will get the start over the weekend. Cardinals have
McGreevy on Friday, by the way. Friend of the show, so he should call Thursday.
Yeah, I would agree.
Leahy and Palante before the rotation turns over for the Wednesday Libertor start, and the Tam Avenue Capital Partners will be monitoring the weather closely to make sure that it is positive EV to fire on the 12:15 day game with the Mets, because that game's looking like right now like a 1-0 hour and 20-minute game.
Ripe for it.
Yeah.
Ripe for it.
It's ripe.
Yeah, I'm thinking about going down there. My younger son has fallen in love with the game. I think that probably factors into it, too.
Sure.
But he had never gone to a game up until Saturday.
It's just fun to go hang out.
There was some Rays fan. I mean, what are we doing here?
Being a fan of the Rays?
Well, no. Hey, God bless. I realize there are not many, or the stadium there, which is modeled after my skull, is not.
You know that, Martin?
Is not.
I did not. You mean after the storm or before the storm?
Both of them.
That sideline, they couldn't get a roof repair for a year.
That's right.
Things were backed up.
So we go to the game. we're sitting in the stands, and there's a guy by himself.
Ooh.
I mean, this guy has to have a lot of tweets. Is screaming at Cardinal fans wearing a Rays shirt. And I'm just like, what are we doing here? You know, and I'm thinking to myself, Martin, we've been on the road for our jobs in television and radio over the years, and we've certainly been to the Northeast. I mean, if he were pulling this at Fenway or Citizens Bank, God help him, at Yankee Stadium or Citi Field, I mean, he'd be pummeled into oblivion. And I was just like, I couldn't tell if it was like satire. It was a guy by himself yelling at Cardinal fans. It was
Yeah, it's just really brutal.
and he was like, 35-40. I don't know. I still don't know what it was.
There seems to be a loss of decorum at shared experiences, like a sporting event would be. We're all there doing the same goal of watching a game, but we're all sharing that experience. So you try to be respectful of others in the presence of them, and sometimes that decorum, seemingly as of late, has gone by the wayside. And that to me seems like he was looking for someone to get upset with him, and that's just the lowest form of humanity.
Is that right?
Yeah,
Is that engagement forming?
Yeah, like in real life, like trying to get people to be upset with you so you can argue.
And B-Fibs would argue, we don't take the bait.
Well, it's just dumb.
Nobody around where I was. Nobody took the bait.
It's just rational humans. Like it's the second game of the
shuttling
season.
Tykes to the restroom, so maybe I missed some of it.
Game 2 of 162, and you want to fight somebody at Busch Stadium.
It's a Rays Cardinal game where the two franchises would be fortunate to combine for 160 wins this year. In Game 2, I'm going to fly to St. Louis as a Rays fan and try to start trouble.
I saw it too with someone in front of us, like 3 rows in front of us on Sunday. The Rays score first, and he's wearing a Cardinal shirt, and he stands up and starts cheering really loudly and clap, and clearly to the point where he's trying to get someone to yell at him, like, "Hey, aren't you a Cardinal fan?" Like, oh my God! If that's how you get your kicks, you gotta really take some stock.
It's a Rays fan. I'm sorry, and God bless him for supporting the team. I can't even take you serious. I'm sorry.
Right. It's just, again,
hey, remember 2008? We made the World Series, pal.
I've long
2020. Don't forget the COVID World Series.
Oh, that's right. I did forget. Yeah. To be fair,
I've seen it at the damn movie theater. You go see a movie. I saw it the other day when I saw a movie. So the person had clearly seen the movie before, and it's their second time seeing it, and they're loudly quoting the movie as the lines are coming out. And I was like, all right, someone throw some popcorn on this person.
Throw some popcorn. Quinn Snyder treatment leaving the bragging rights game was at 2006, 2005, going into 2006.
I guess that's
somewhere in that
sweet
area.
Spot. That's the sweet spot. Sharon and Clayton, star of Real Housewives of TMA, and says she's in if caller Virginia is in. Says never underestimate the power of beer and legal cannabis. That's Sharon and Clayton. I don't know. That's the other thing, Sharon. I think I know she didn't see it. At least I assume she didn't. I think he was sober.
Right, and I don't think legal cannabis would probably be the opposite of probably being more nonverbal, but I could see the beer being part of it. But that's someone who's looking to get into a little altercation, and that's just Twitter, you can't just pretend life is Twitter. Let's all just try to be respectful to each other.
You can't pretend life is Twitter, Martin.
Yes, we're the Real Housewives of TMA.
What's wrong? That's the name of this segment. We were mentioning earlier, though, Jordan Walker off to a great start, 4 for 10. He's got 6 runs already. He's been on base 6 times, scored every time. Vic Scott, Youngry, 5 for 10. And we're looking at strikeouts. Nolan Gorman in his 10 at-bats just crushed the homer yesterday. He's only got 2 Ks. Those are things we're watching. Papers is watching the barrel rate closely. I just like watching those strikeout numbers. They've been a little bit lower, which is good. Putting it in play. That's kind of the goal this year. I think power is a little surprising here. 5 homers in the 3 games, 22 runs. I would still say percentage. We're not saying this is even a 500 team at this point, but maybe just a group that you can kind of get behind, and maybe they do turn into something here over the next couple of years.
Fangraphs has updated their Cardinal win projections per Jugs in D.C. as of this morning. It's 76. 76.
Pretty
Pretty
moving up.
stark increase.
Yeah, fight Cardinals.
After a week ago, it was what,
Raise.
69 or 70?
And then bullpen-wise, it feels like they're trying to get a feel of everybody to see who's doing what, who's where, and they're kind of just running guys out there. But that is obviously a concern if you think that the team can do something.
Guys, Rays and Cardinals combine 100-plus wins. I'll take that bet. Bet round of golf at Gateway. No, because that means I have to spend time with you.
Deal's off.
Yeah. You want to bet money? I'm in. We can handle that right now. My time?
have never heard of your team.
And that was the Marlins?
Yes.
We went to play for.
I read a great piece on Etrio that I guess is a little old the other day, and it's just like a bunch of former players and teammates talking about how funny and awesome he was, and what a fantastic read. It was on The Athletic. I'll send it to you, fellas.
Oh, there.
It was just an absolute delight. He ate the same 7 chicken wings created by their chef in Seattle every day before the game. He was like a massive creature of habit, and he had the same exact chicken wings, and he started with 9, and then he told his chef, I'm getting fat. Drop it to 7. And then he got fat again and said, drop it to 5.
Hey, we got the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today coming up here in the next segment. Chet's neighbor has a 1 email lead. Only 2 emails of the day left in the month of March for that Schaefer Door Company garage email in the morning after at InsideSTL.com. That is next here on TMA. Oh, on bended knee. Wow. Not on a Monday morning. Not on bended knee on a Monday morning. No. Wow. Wow, 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 wow. Things back the way they used to be.
Would you be riding around Columbia listening to this?
Hell yeah. With my 85 Oldsmobile? The white walls? Just driving back and forth in front of the Tridel house.
Call the cops.
They still got it, though.
Boys to Men.
Unbelievable.
Was Michael McCrary with them? He's the deep voice gentleman.
I believe so, because there was...
Well, were there 4 of them?
Right, there was only 3 gentlemen there that night.
Well, he's the expendable one. He hadn't been touring with them.
Then maybe
but
Michael wasn't there.
Okay.
The guy with the little, like, white discoloration in his hair.
John Henson of Talk Soup.
Unbelievable voice on that man. Still. Bobby struggled a little bit.
Bobby Brown?
Yeah.
Cardio?
A little bit. He's kind of built like me. But he gave it his best.
Martin, did you attend the new edition Boys to Men Tony Braxton show?
I did not. I was not aware.
Jackson and Marshwood.
That was on Saturday?
That was Friday night.
Because you had a Blues game Saturday.
Yeah, I was traveling downtown to enjoy the evening.
Oh,
and,
really?
Well, we were going, just a bunch of friends were in town, and we...
Where'd you go?
Got after it in Soulard a little bit. Multitude
See, I wouldn't call that downtown.
Yeah,
when I heard downtown, I'm like, oh,
well, we're
wow,
driving
look at
through
this.
downtown.
It's 2009 again.
We were driving through downtown 64 to then go south to Soulard. And there was a bunch of traffic getting off towards the Enterprise Center, and someone was like, the Blues playing? I go, no, they're playing tomorrow. And I said, I believe that Boys to Men is in concert right now. And there was a heavy amount of traffic.
It was packed.
Was it packed?
Oh, yeah. I, of course, was down on the floor just a couple of rows from the stage, but I looked up towards the pores, and they were all, it was filled up.
The pores.
God, Chairman Kurtz dunking on the people.
Is this TMA or a rollercade? That's from the Oakville wedding officiant.
I don't understand that reference.
Is it because of the music you play?
Yeah.
Oh.
Rollercade.
Is that like a roller rink?
Roller rink. I guess.
Okay.
That was a good couple skating song that you just played.
Oh, I can imagine.
Did you do much skating back in the day, Tim? Was that a thing for you?
No, I can't skate. That's why when my boys started skating, I'm like, you guys got this on your own here. I'm out.
They start with the bucket, get them out in the bucket. That's how they learn to skate.
Yeah, I got to go with the bucket. Or there's like some little device now as well. You can hold.
Why don't you get out there at your age with the bucket? Show the kids.
I can confidently say I'll never put on a pair of ice skates.
God, you just hate hockey so
That's
much.
not the
It's
reason.
unbelievable.
That's not the reason. It just seems like
Blues
a
are only 4
pregame at
points
8.
back.
It's like a great way to break your wrist and not play golf.
Yeah.
That's what it seems like to me. Or hoops, that's for that matter.
Sharon and Clayton not happy with me. For gosh sakes, stop grilling Piddles on his nights out every time he brings them up. Your time is over. You are a dad. Get over it. Some Sharon and Clayton.
Wow, how'd that feel?
There isn't anything she said that's inaccurate.
Yeah, I can tell you I don't feel grilled. This is, it's my life.
But you do get picked apart, whatever your life.
I'm legitimately intrigued. Part of it is St. Louis economics.
Mm-hmm.
So when I heard you were going downtown,
Right.
I was like, oh, where?
Right. Now, I was downtown Sunday, but that was for the Cardinal game. Soulard, I would say, is as close to downtown as like me and my friends would go for an evening out. We definitely go.
Let me ask you this,
always in
and
the
I
city.
need to know this.
Yeah.
This is more peripheral.
Sure.
If you are a really attractive, you're now a 28-year-old gentleman, a really attractive 28-year-old lass, where are you going to in St. Louis?
Either probably somewhere in Soulard, or like some of the smaller city location, Tam Ave bars, where like I mentioned that, but it's always packed on Friday and Saturday, especially when the weather's nice. And yeah, it's probably people in their mid to late 20s up to early 30s. Yeah, I would say that's a very popular
When I was
spot.
coming up and talking about, more than, 15 years ago, it was Washington Avenue. It was like a no-brainer.
Right. Not the case.
Yeah, I know that now. That's why I was curious.
Yeah.
Thanks for that helpful
Hey, you
tip.
bet. Yeah.
That's why I was curious.
Soulard's kind of maintained, though, right?
Yes.
It never died
Yes.
off. It seems to be
People
even
still
more.
live there, and then like it's just kind of more like let's just walk down to the bar and hang out there.
Like
Then
for
people
your
go
age
there.
group, it's always been a thing.
Well, I
Even
think
going back
it's
10,
one of the
20
few
years
places in St. Louis where you can be mobile. Like if you go to one place, you can also go to other places. Whereas if you go to certain areas of town, it's like you're either going to that bar and then you're having to Uber to a different place. Like McGurk's is still always packed on a Friday and Saturday.
That stood the test of time, Martin.
Yeah.
McGurk's.
Yeah, world-class patio.
Even our St. Patty's Day salute. I think it was 2005. We were there, Tim, and we promoted the show, Jackson, for many weeks, and it was come on by for free breakfast. They said we're going to have a breakfast buffet available to you, and we got there, and there was a sign. It was like $10 or whatever, and we realized we'd been given bad copy. And we're like, come on down, it's free. Come on down, it's free. And then people showed up, but it's not.
Prod Joe, some thoughts.
The old bait and switch. The old bait and switch.
Got him in the door, though.
Time Sharon must have some Rodon and Fields merch piling up in that detached garage of hers. She's all lathered up. Less texty, more Pilates, gal. That's from Arbor Day, who is, I believe, a three-time texter of the year on this presentation. Flannery's Sidebar, Hair of the Dog, Dubliner, Library Annex. That's from Craig O'Neill. Craig O'Neill knows what I'm talking about. And for you were 10 when that stuff was popular.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean
It's
a thing
never
to you.
really been a thing at all for people my age group.
Washington Avenue never was?
Nope.
Coach Cornfield said, now it's a shame. Apparently, we should have had skating in the SLU High PE curriculum. So he feels bad that you didn't get a chance to skate.
I should have been starting at center for the football team.
Big mistake.
Thank you.
Cornfield.
Yeah. Snapping it to Steve Schnurr, future Rose Bowl quarterback, throwing to Jason Dulick, future Illini wide receiver, and you have somebody 5'2", 100 pounds at center. That's a state championship team.
Let's play out the hand there.
Just snap Timmy instead of the ball.
Three snaps. Do you walk off the field with all of your extremities still intact?
Well, that's a good question.
Extremities.
Depends on if it was like the Melville or Hazelwood East game.
I could see someone just taking the top of your head and shoving it into the ground, and then someone cleating your arm,
Stepping over you.
Yeah, like a cartoonish kind of ending for it.
Sharon has responded to Arbor Day, and she's had enough. I'm currently cycling, loser, which is more than I'm sure you can say.
I'm currently cycling, comma, loser. Oh, my
Loser.
Lord. That is good stuff. I'm a big fan
Matt
of that.
Painter last week called people bozos. And I'm like, that's just an underrated.
did,
it's
yeah.
and he said it a couple times. If you don't schedule, like, you're a bozo.
It's a little imacy.
Yes, it is. Bozo. What's
Let's see. Let's break. Let's break and then do design here because I know we're behind.
That's
we're going to
cool.
break. Design here, heating, cooling, EMOTD next. Right now, new FanDuel customers can get up to $300 back in bonus bets every day for 10 days. Here's how it works. Place any bet with FanDuel using your Bet Reset token. And if it doesn't win, you'll get up to $300 back in bonus bets every single day for 10 straight days. Martin, do you have a play for us?
I've been on, what's the opposite of a heater?
Cooler.
Kind of on one of those lately. You know what, though? This Joel Hofer, don't let me down, Joel Hofer. It's been unbelievable in the month of March. Blues at Sharks. Jackson, that game is tonight at 9 o'clock. Pregame at 8. Over under 5.5. I got to ride the hot hand of Hofer. I'm going to go, even if the Blues score a handful, I'm going under.
Under it is. So visit FanDuel.com/local to sign up today. FanDuel, play your game. Must be 21 or older and present in Missouri. Bonus bets are non-withdrawable and expire 7 days after receipt. Tokens are received in increments of 1 per day. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is Jackson with a Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. With their Elite Eight victory, 71-59 over the Iowa Hawkeyes, the Illinois Fighting Illini return to the Final Four to play the UConn Huskies. That game will take place on Saturday with a 5:09 p.m. tip. That was another Sports Center update brought to you by Universal Windows Direct. You'll be saying, I love my windows.
It's TMA 101 ESPN, 10:04 in St. Louis. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne with you. Doug Vaughn vacationing in the Hamptons, and Jackson Burkett's on the ones and twos. Chairman Kurt has done some email filtering for the Design Air heating and cooling email today. Here it is. While down the stretch they come, Martin. Chet's neighbor is in the lead, but the poor film student and Shooter McGavin are only one back. Huge day today because Chet's neighbor, with a win, wins a $5,000 garage door or doors from Jason Gassrow and Schaefer Door Company. Huge moment right here on 101 ESPN and the TMA STL YouTube channel. I'm trying my hand at a screenplay for a TMA movie. Here's what I have so far. Hubbard Radio Studio, dawn. The studio is quiet, lights off, it's empty, except for little Jack, played by a late 20s pale boy in boy shorts that accentuate. He's wiping down Jim's chair. The door opens and in stumbles Marshy, in his 30s, I think, looking flustered. Sheets full of Battlehawk stats spill out
Battlehawk
of his
stats?
spill out of his arms onto the floor. He drops to his knees to pick them up. Jackson says, Marshy, you're confused again. It's Saturday. There's no shows today. Little Jack kneels down next to him, helps Marshy pick up the papers. As he reaches, their hands meet by mistake. Or perhaps not. Marshy doesn't pull his hand away. Jackson says, you sure had a lot of good hot takes ready, Marshy.
Goodness.
Marshy says, thanks. What about you, little Jack? Can you be a hot taker? Jackson says, that depends on how hot the giver is. I'm not sure what they'll do next yet. My current title is Call Me By Your Text Name.
No, that's good.
But let me know if you think of something better. Back to writing. That's from the poor film students.
Wow. You don't want to have the crescendo of the film at the beginning, though.
You don't.
The Apocalypse Now problem, where Flight of the Valkyries plays, you're like, oh, there's 2 more hours of this movie. You don't want to reach your peak.
And that's known as the Apocalypse Now problem?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's like second question problem. Very similar. Call Me By Your Text Name is funny, though.
I got a message for Steve Cusimano. This Illinois bunch is a different team than the first time they played UConn. That's from Jason.
It's from Jason.
Strong.
You're sure the tweet pointed out from Part-Time Marty, the tweet said, Illini 1-4 all-time against UConn, including earlier this year, which was 4 months ago. Pointed it out.
This is a brief aside, Martin. I don't know if this would fall under the umbrella of logistics or just Tim's inner monologue that I've chosen to share. Nothing amuses me more, nothing, than we're doing the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, and you can tell older 101 listeners are hearing it.
They hear the Ferris Bueller's music.
They text in. As the morning show's producer is falling in love with the afternoon show's producer.
Yeah.
And it's just not what they're used to.
They're hitting their radios, making sure there's not something wrong with it.
I'll tell you a related note. I was at the Our Little Haven fundraiser on Saturday night, and a number of people came up, loyal listeners. And the one guy came up and said, yeah, at the beginning of that show, I wasn't so sure.
Yeah.
So, welcome aboard.
I am really trying to not let these young, scrappy Cardinals capture my attention. It is really important to me that my wife knows that she is a priority once we get through golf season and fantasy football season. I mean, how are Doug and I supposed to adjust to going from Spectrum 824 to 233? I have checked my fax machine and AOL dial-up internet account when no one is on the phone multiple times, but there are no instructions on how to adjust these changes. What, are we supposed to bring in a technician to assist because we are made of gold bullion and pan coins? Wait, there are all-you-can-eat tickets? That is going to be trouble. That's from Shooter McGavin, the vice president of Marsh's Third Wheel, totally infringing on Jackson's coquettish afternoon. So why did he even change outfits 4 times before the game? Right. Shooter McGavin.
Yeah, stumble to the finish there.
Shooter.
And finally, this is Chet's neighbor. This could be a $5,000 email right here. Well, we loaded up the family truckster yesterday and went to the Cardinal game. It was my son's first game ever, and it was quite a sight for the little guy. I've been honing his people-watching skills for the past 5 years. He was quick to notice the correlation between BMI and seat sections. The higher you go in the stadium, the higher the BMI. As we made our way to our seats, we witnessed people standing in the concession lines as if they were cows standing at the trough waiting for their feed. If there are any diabetes doctors listening, you need to go to the next home game and drum up some business. I watched at least 20 people convert to type 2 diabetics in real time as they guzzled down 52-ounce sodas and cotton candy. My son also commented on a man who sported a peanut crumb trail from his throat to his belly button. Most of the crumbs didn't actually make it to the ground, though, because they came to a screeching halt when they hit the plateau that was his gut. Yeah. We were also treated with the request for tips when I bought a treat from the self-serve snack shack. The only person I'm tipping is myself. It may be another 7 years before I go to another Cardinal game. Also, I'd like to point out the best of that played this weekend where Biff listed his top 20 stripper names. During this segment, Doug commented that it would take too long to read all of them, and Biff responded by saying they were all single-syllable names. And then he proceeded to read the 20 names with all being at least 2 syllables. You can't make this crap up. Go Cards. That's from Chet's neighbor. Wow. And that's what we have for the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day. We will be announcing the winner at approximately 10:55 before BK and Ferrario take over. Tim McKernan, Martin Kilcoyne, Little Jackie Papers, Chairman Kurt with you on the program. This is TMA 101, ESPN Live from the Stiefel Studios. TMA 101 ESPN, Martin Kilcoyne sticking around. This onboarding gets pushed back when Doug goes on vacation. It's a domino effect, kind of like college basketball coaching.
Once Heim left, it felt like there wasn't anybody in charge. We just kind of slide in, slide out. Yeah, there's still a lot of paperwork to do, though. A lot of corporate. A lot to get to, guys. Not there yet. Hoping to be there soon. Still new.
James Carlton is appreciative, though, that they've delayed onboarding for you because James Carlton is in the Stiefel studios. Morning, James.
Well, good morning, everyone. How we doing?
Good.
He's in the Doug chair.
Yeah,
I am.
you are in the Doug chair.
Yeah, I played musical chairs over these last few weeks. I think I've been in every chair other than Jackson's. So I'll run the board next week.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh, are you vacationing?
No.
No, he just wants to get exposure.
Yeah, you can run the board.
Way to go,
See where that
Carlton.
goes.
Play some drops.
Yeah, feel that fury.
Arbor Day, James has just responded to Sharon and Clayton. They're going back and forth, kind of like Webster Groves and Cottleville.
Yes, of course.
I love the I'm not fat, I'm unemployed flex from our favorite regional boss babe. Just glad to know that she's pedaling a bike this morning instead of the Advocare products piling up next to the Hub's car for once. That's Arbor Day going back at Sharon and Clayton as that warfare continues in the Air Comfort Service text inbox. Really unfortunate coming off of a series win for the Cardinals, the Blues getting back in the playoff race, ILL in the Final Four. What else great? Battlehawks with the comeback win.
I don't know where the state of bumper stickers are at in 2026, but I'm not fat, just unemployed. It seems like it'd be pretty good. That'd be pretty good.
That could be a hit.
Yeah, sure. I'm not going to name any manufacturers of cars, but I could see a couple cars having that on there.
James, what's going on in your world?
Oh, not too much. I got something for you here. I am, every year we go on this golf trip, and it's like 30 guys in April. The wives love it when we all leave for golf in April. And one of the guys can't make it this year. Guess why? His brother is playing in the freaking Masters. And he's on his bag.
That's awesome.
Whoa.
Wow.
Can you believe that?
That's awesome.
Unbelievable. I don't know his brother. I know him, obviously. I just don't know his brother. But that is the craziest thing. He won an amateur tournament and got qualified for the Masters this year.
Did he win the Mid-Am?
He's on the Masters app that was just released, which, by the way,
the greatest endorsement in the history of the world.
They have every shot ever cataloged.
Going back like to the 60s.
And you can watch every angle.
Every shot ever on that app.
It's unbelievable.
So Brandon Holtz is his name. Last September, while competing in his first USGA championship, he won the U.S. Mid-Am at Troon Country Club in Arizona with a 3-2 victory.
Wow.
Isn't that insane?
That is crazy.
So that's the dream for the Mid-Am. I mean, you got to, number one, get there. A buddy of mine, Sean Brennan, won the Mid-Am. You know Sean.
I do, yeah.
Won, I guess it was 2 years ago, and got to play in it. And the whole, which is a huge accomplishment. And then if you win the Mid-Am, you get to play Augusta National. And you get to actually play in the Masters.
Yes.
They just said, hey, you can go out and play on Monday, with the staff. I'd be like,
pretty sweet.
A-okay with me.
Yeah.
But this guy's playing in the Masters, and so your buddy can't go because he's going to be caddying in the Masters.
Big miss for him.
Oh.
Has he caddied before?
I'm sure he has.
It's not the time to mess around.
Yeah, I'm sure he has.
Hey, what do you mean? I'd use your 5 or 6, whatever you think.
It's 16 clubs in the bag, right?
I have heard that one of these things that pops around social media, I guess, depending on your algorithm, is if you were able to start on the green, but from the furthest point from the pin, and play the Masters, could you win it?
Yeah.
And guys who've played said, no chance.
Yeah,
absolutely no chance. Absolutely no chance.
You'd fall into like bunkers and stuff. You'd really be struggling at some points.
I'm telling you, I that sounds insane. And I think the question was not just like anybody, a scratch golfer.
Wow.
A scratch golfer.
Those greens
could not win the Masters starting on the green from the furthest point from the pin.
Right.
Because of the anarchy that would follow.
Yeah. And a lot of that, like I said, like a lot of those cases, like you'd fall off the green and it's cut so short, you'd probably fall into bunkers, and now you're bringing in double and triple into play, and now you got no chance of winning.
It's just like a downhill putt that rolls like
on
20
12.
feet past.
On 12, you have a whole downhill putt, and it ends with bunkers right in front of the green there. You'd be cooked. Then you got to go back over it with bunkers on the backside. Oh, I'm going through hell just thinking about it.
Should we do predictionary on Tiger playing next week?
I'm in.
All right, let's fire that.
I'll say he's playing. I got a minority position here.
Pull the dust off.
I think I might be the only one on this.
Well, that's what I was gonna say though.
Now is it?
You think he's playing too?
I feel that.
Announcing
really?
he's playing, or does he have to play Thursday, Friday rounds? Does he have to play both Thursday and Friday, or can he just play Thursday and then call it?
No, I think if he's in the field.
Okay, just in the field.
He tees off.
Absolutely.
Okay,
yeah.
all right.
What
Tiger
kind of question
Woods.
is that?
How does that work?
I agree with you.
Does somebody get bumped if he decides to play?
Take your meds, boy.
Nope.
Tiger Woods in the Masters.
I'm on a yes.
Tim's on a yes.
And if it's no, is it because of all the outside stuff, or simply that he just doesn't think he's ready physically? It's boring, but I'm going to also say yes.
Okay. James, you're going to take the spot of Doug.
Okay. Yeah. I'll be contrarian here. I'll say no.
Okay.
I'm going to say
Big
yes.
prize on the line, by the way.
Yeah, there you go.
I'm going to say yes.
We'll remember this in a month.
Really?
Like,
God, I thought I would be the only yes. Chairman, what are you on? He's on a no. All right.
Okay.
There it is.
I can't wait. Can't wait.
I mean, for real, it's understood. I mean, number one, it's in my phone. Just not so I can't book any appointments. Mm-hmm. My wife, after we got, I guess this will be almost 20 Masters of us being together. It's just the program. And I'm just this is where I'll be. People are welcome to join, but I shall be watching the Masters. The problem that I get into is I wind up either building out a bunch of daily fantasy rosters or getting in these pools, and that takes away the enjoyment of it because now I'm watching it through the lens of wagering as opposed to just enjoying the whole damn thing.
Yeah.
Well, it depends. If it's a Danny Willett win, or is it a Rory or a Tiger 19? I mean.
And we're avoiding the Easter Sunday Masters finish, right? It's the week
Right,
after.
it's the week after.
Got it.
Yeah,
Because I know that could be tough for people. It's I'd really like to sit down and watch the Masters.
Not for you.
Not for me.
And honestly, not for me.
Yeah, but I have family who's loves celebrating Easter, and I love being with my family, so I'm often going to an Easter celebration. Just really as a fan.
As a fan of Easter.
I'm a fan of people.
Fan of Easter.
Fan of Easter is the title of the segment, at least right now. Although I could see Arbor Day or Sharon and Clayton changing the title here in the next 40 minutes.
Danny Willett has one tour victory.
How about that's not a bad one to have.
He sends Jordan Spieth a gift every April.
Seriously.
Since Jordan gave him
I
the
feel like
greatest one.
he competes pretty frequently in the Masters. I mean, he makes the cut more times than not, doesn't he? I feel like Willett pops around in the Masters more often than not. I don't have any.
You win the once, and then you get to go to the Champions there and continue to play forever.
Yeah,
and that seems like if you could get that win, maybe a couple top tens, make a good amount of money, and then the rest of your life is just surrounded around April and going to the Masters and playing.
That's not a bad deal.
Is Reed one outside of Augusta? A major?
Yeah, not a major.
Not a major.
Not
okay.
major.
I was going to tell you, James, I'd exhausted my Danny Willett knowledge with my one tour.
Just for the record, Willett, after winning, missed the cut in 17, missed the cut in 18, missed the cut in 19, top 25,
that's the one I remember.
and 20. Missed that, which was the soft Masters that Dustin Johnson won in November
right? Yeah.
2021. Cut T12 and 22, 23 cut to 24, T45, 25, T42. So he has made 4 cuts.
Out of 15. So my thesis is incorrect.
Well, you're close.
Yes. Well, you got to put on the green jacket. I mean,
I'll take that. He wins at life. He's already won.
Yeah,
it's over. Whatever else he does the rest of his life.
Yeah, there's nothing. In terms of individual sports, I think it might be the coolest thing to win. American individual sports. I don't know if there's a cooler thing you can win.
Yeah, I think I'd agree with that. I'd wonder what Tim's celebratory championship dinner would be. Just meat and potatoes?
Yeah. I mean, what else would there be?
It'd be
White Castles?
Be like Bubba Watson.
Bubba Watson, what do you do?
Grilled chicken, Caesar salad, mac and cheese, green beans, and then vanilla cake. And you did it twice.
Yeah.
Well, and James, you are a sponsor of this show. There is a tradition here where the sponsors put together a monthly item where we had a HVAC unit, a garage door. Maybe somebody could take the spot in this golf outing. I don't know. They could just step in and be part of your group.
Oh, there we go. Yeah.
What about that?
Well,
where are you boys going? Do you mind me asking?
Sure. It's in Utah, St. George, Utah.
Nice.
It's called Black something.
Is this the trip that you've also done to Stream Song?
Yes.
That sounds like the coolest experience.
You guys pick some nice places.
And they're also kind of in the middle of nowhere.
Right.
Stream Song is in the middle of nowhere.
But it's just real private. It's like golf.
It's all golf. I mean, there's 3
Black
courses
Desert?
there. Yes, thank you. That's exactly what it is. Yeah, looking forward to that.
That'd be sweet.
Would you rather win the Masters or win the other 3 majors? That's from Patton.
Rory had that for a while.
Financially, it would be wise to win the 3 majors. But you get to play in the Masters forever if you win the one. So I'd probably take the green jacket. I think that's something. Then you get to go to the Champions Dinner every year. I think it's just something about it's more special. And having 3 majors puts you in a rarefied air. But 1 Masters is just like you never forget that.
So
That's a good question though.
Assuming Danny Willett doesn't win the U.S. Open, British Open, or
I think
still time.
I think he's safe. I don't think he's because he even qualify for most of those.
38.
Who gives an F about the Masters? That's from the 6-1 hate.
Very few people care about the Masters. You're right.
James, enjoy your trip. That'll be glorious.
Yeah,
when are you going?
Sometime in the next few weeks. I think next week, actually. Yeah,
it's got to be because your guy's caddying.
Yep, that's right. That's right. I can't believe. Hey, if you put $100 on him to win,
what does it pay?
$200K. So, some long.
Do you have any idea
there.
what his index is?
No, I'm sure it's. Do those guys have gens?
Oh yeah. John Rahm has a gin, and it's like +9.
Yeah. How often they enter scores? That's wild. But while I'm looking this up, I'm stalling for time here. I do want to share that the afternoon on-air talent here saves a lot of money with James Carlton State Farm. We just signed up Alex Ferrario last week, and I couldn't believe how much money we saved up. Yeah, so thank you, Alex.
You're taking the station over.
Yes. I don't say Jackson as much as I'd like, but we saved Alex quite a bit.
I feel great. You're saving Jackson money.
We're going to save it. Give it time, Jackson. We're going to drive safe and save.
I have all the faith in the world.
No Gary Woodland talk.
That was a great ending, by the way.
Why wouldn't?
No, you're thinking about talking Gary Woodland, and that's just going to be a big no-no.
What in the world? What an odd text. It's a Martin sweater vest.
They're mad because we didn't talk about it.
Oh, you think that's what it is? So somebody is sat here.
They're saying don't talk here.
Somebody sat here at 7:00 and has waited for nearly 240 minutes. And just had enough.
You think it's because he's a beaker?
There he is, +39.
What was it? Doug Armstrong was buddies with Gary Woodland some way, somehow.
He seems like a
that?
great guy.
That's right. I think
some
he
odd
played with him.
Army followed him around when they were at Belle Reve, and I don't remember if it's Woodland's
he took a lot of rock
dad
chalk
or friend or
chirps during
he has the head covers. He's kind of flaunting a little bit. Yeah. But thank you, gentlemen. I'll see you next. Well, I guess I won't see you next week. I'll see you in 2 weeks.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right. What's your guy's name again? Now that you just
Brandon Holtz.
All right.
Yep.
$100 on him. $200K papers.
Love that. I'll take it. All right. Anyway.
That'd be. I wonder how often mid-ams even make the cut. You know what I mean?
Probably not.
It's James Carlton, 314-961-4800, or go online at carltoninsurance.net. If your insurance costs a leg and an arm, call James Carlton. State Farm program's called TMA on 101 ESPN. Wow. Not fair, man. I had some great takes lined up on Celtics Hornets, and now I'm knocked off track.
Con Knipple.
This is when the concert hit an emotional crescendo the other night.
Just 20,000 people weeping.
I mean, I was really into this when it was near the end of the show.
Was this the final song they performed?
This is the final one that Boyz II Men did. Then Bobby Brown hit us with My Prerogative and Every Little Step.
Oh, that's the jam.
And then Belle Biv DeVoe. And,
Poison.
Poison was the finale.
A little more energy in that one.
Is that right, really?
Mm-hmm. When Can I See You Smile Again might have been my favorite song of the night.
That's Belle Biv DeVoe, right?
Mm-hmm.
Wow. Were you a fan of that song anywhere? Or they did this the way they performed it?
Just the way I like the song, but that was just...
That's an obscure song.
Yeah.
Now, I'm aware of it. What percentage of our audience right now is familiar with the Belle Biv DeVoe song, When Can I See You Smile Again?
Can we have that? I mean, do we have one more song?
Yeah, we can, 2.5%.
I think that's high.
I think I'm going to go under.
I'm going under.
I think if they heard it. I think they heard it. Yeah, maybe not by name.
God, I don't know, man. I feel good. I feel real good about the under.
No, I'm not as familiar with the guys by name. Who would be the taller, skinnier gentleman?
Oh, well, that's of course
DeVoe?
Ronnie DeVoe.
He might have been my favorite guy of the night. I liked his vibe.
Well, he doesn't sing.
He doesn't sing?
No.
Well, he's a showman.
He is a showman. He and Michael Bivins are not there for their vocal skills.
Well, they just stand there?
They do the dancings.
Oh, okay. Got it.
And Do Me was good, too.
Jackson Do Me.
Do Me?
That's the name of a BBD song.
Got it. BPD. That's where they're at.
Hey, Jackson, good response to the question. However, I don't think anyone was asking for your response. Keep quiet. That's from Harrison's brother, Matt.
Didn't Tim ask me a direct question? That's how I remember the last 10 seconds occurring. I was asked a direct question of which I answered, and then I was told, no one asked you. Okay, odd. Well, that's you come to expect that from the likes of Harrison Brothers, Matt. That's not a shot. That's just appreciate the engagement.
He's back. He said, hey, Jackson, McKernan on WUB this morning. Highly likable. MIZ needs to make him say no. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Yes, I did see he was on Wake Up Barstool, and I would come close to renouncing my fandom if they were to hire McKernan.
Really?
I would have done it if they hired Bruce Pearl back in the day. I would have possibly renounced, and McKernan is now in the renounced category. And there's no one else really in that category.
Is that right?
I don't think there.
So Dennis Gates gets let go after next year. They hire McKernan, and you come on the show and announce you're out.
What a world it would be where the UCLA coach would leave for Missouri. But yeah, I might renounce my fandom. That would cause me to really evaluate things in Columbia.
Talk more golf. That's from Big Tuft.
Happy to.
Martin Sweatervest was unhappy
because we
talked about Gary Woodland or didn't talk about Gary Woodland.
Didn't want us to.
He didn't want
I don't think he wanted us to talk Gary Woodland, which, I mean, we're really
I actually watched that yesterday because I couldn't believe it. Now, again, I don't know in the listening audience what percentage is higher. Those who are familiar with Belle Biv DeVoe's Tell Me When I Can See You Smile Again, or When I'll See You Smile Again, whatever the hell it is, but I am familiar with the song, 100%. I'm a member of the PFG.
Right.
Or people who actually saw Rex Hogarth's interview on the Golf Channel with Gary Woodland and how emotional he was over the PTSD he has since his brain lesion and everything that he has endured. And when I saw him on the leaderboard this weekend, I'm like, holy, this was just 2 weeks ago that he was like an incredibly emotional interview. And you're going, I don't know if Gary Woodland will ever really be competitive again. Mm-hmm. And then less than 2 weeks later, he's leading the event. And I'm going, boy, Nikolai Højgaard's on his...
Yeah.
I'm like, Nikolai Højgaard's going to beat him, and that sucks. And then, sure enough, he wins by like 6 yesterday.
Yeah, finished.
And I said to my wife, we were going to go running outside real quick with the boys. Got a wiffle ball obsession going on with the 4-year-old.
It's a great obsession to have.
It is. And I said, I'll be right out there. I got to watch Gary Woodland close this thing out. And Min Woo Lee.
Yeah, firing
up the crowd, walking down 18.
Yeah,
bomber.
Awesome. Yeah.
It was awesome. So I apologize to Martin Sweatervest for talking about it or for not talking about it. I just want to apologize to the audience in general.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was appreciated by the audience. Gary Woodland is an awesome story, very likable. If remember, he would always have his wife caddy for him, and that was like a big thing. Where like if his wife was caddying for him, he was almost always in a better headspace.
That's incorrect.
Am I incorrect?
Lee Westwood.
Lee Westwood. Lee Westwood, Gary Woodland. Yeah. All right.
What?
Well, I thought it was Gary Woodland. Is it not? It says Lee Westwood.
I mean, I guess theoretically Gary Woodland's wife could have caddied as well. I just know that when Lee Westwood's wife was caddying for him, he would play better than when others would caddy for him. This was before he went to live golf and enjoyed the CW.
You're right. I'm off. All right. Well,
you know. Apologize to Harrison's brother Master now?
I feel like I actually might need to. I'll apologize to Gary Woodland, although being a Kansas guy. We'll call it even.
The Gary Woodland story is amazing. That's from the 617. It absolutely is. That was awesome.
Yeah. He's a really cool story.
I mean, the weekend was just chock full. And the thing is, we haven't talked about anything. I guess we've done 2 Blues segments, I suppose. Yeah. Otherwise, it's been the Final Four, Illinois, Duke, UConn, Josh Schertz, the NC State. It's like a podcast. It was like a 4-hour podcast because no repetitive topics. Kerber came by. Then we got back into this Blues thing and how the Sunday charge has been met. And I really do believe that it's because they were pissed off that Armstrong was breaking up the team. And so it became like, okay, screw that. We're going to show them. And you can go, well, I wish they would have done that earlier. So do I. I'm not saying this is like necessarily admirable. I'm just kind of explaining what I think is going on. And in particular, it's led by number 18. If you were listening to the show, you heard how irritated he was. And then he went off. He's had a huge march. Huge march. This is kind of like the playoffs tonight. I mean, I actually would say it is the playoffs.
Yeah.
The thing is, weirdly, you've got to like win a best of 10 series.
Yeah, right.
And you've got to win it by going possibly 9-1, maybe 8-2.
The money puck odds have increased exponentially,
but they haven't. Unless they just updated them.
I'm talking about from the West. I'm talking about from like a week ago, like a week and a half ago. Like,
isn't it only 12 or 14%?
Yeah, but we've been sitting at a robust 2.
I would have thought it's 12.7%, and I would have thought it would have been higher.
Really?
Because Nashville's continued to lose and the Blues have continued to win. So I would have. But the issue is there's so many other teams.
Right.
And it's also because how top heavy in particular the Central is. And I realize I'm saying this, and I know that means nothing to you. I see you nodding, so I'm going to use that as baseline behavior in QFTA just going forward.
Yeah.
So now I've got it.
Yeah, I'm not. Well, you sound like you're making sense. You know?
The 3 teams in the Central who are dominating, of course, are.
Wow, they're dominating.
Marsha's never going to call you for another date.
The 3 teams in the Central you're talking about.
Yeah, go ahead. Don't help him, Chairman.
I won't.
Just let them blow in the wind.
Vancouver?
Oh, God. See, that's why you don't help. Vancouver, of course, number 1, not in the Central, and also the worst team.
They
moved it over to the Central.
Okay.
Oh, they did get moved today?
Like when Iggy wanted to move Missouri down to the tip of Florida.
I was wondering why they're in the Central, being so on the West Coast.
Right.
Oh.
This just sets the text inbox ablaze. The same people who really don't like the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today, they really don't like when you don't know puck.
Geography.
No, I'm good at it.
Apparently not.
Well, I don't know who plays in the West and who plays in the East. So I'm going to say something, and they might be in the Eastern Conference. Chicago?
No. Okay. I mean, they're in the Central, but that's not one of the 3 teams that has made it so top.
Getting warmer. Detroit? They play in the East, don't they?
Yeah.
Then why name them?
That's a good question. Winnipeg?
They also are in the Central. However, they are not one of these 3 teams.
Rats. How many?
All hell's breaking loose in the Air
How many teams are in the Central?
Who's the favorite to win the Cup?
Who? Colorado?
There you go. You got one of them.
There we go. All right. Process of elimination. Is Utah up there?
That's not one of the 3, although they are live for a playoff spot.
Okay. All right. Well, really circling there. I have Money Puck open, but I'm not looking at it because I'm a man of honor.
Yeah, you are. Don't look at the text inbox either.
I've already said I'm not doing that today. San Jose, they're not that much better than the Blues, are they?
They're also a little west.
Well, I know, but this geography doesn't seem to matter.
No, what do you mean by that?
Well,
you think Vancouver and San Jose are in the same division as the Blues?
Sure, why not? There seems to be a lot of teams in that division. Columbus?
Different division. Columbus, different conference.
Okay, all right, see?
When you say C, like you won a point. I just don't
Nashville?
understand.
Nashville ain't good?
Nashville is in the Central, but they are not one of the three teams that have created this top-heavy Western Conference.
I'm going to go tell BK and Ferrario we're going to need the first 15 minutes of their show.
This has to be an act! That's from the Fluffer Nuggers fan page moderator. Dang this piggy! That's from the recovering alcoholic.
Oh, man.
Patty Maroon had a big moment against them.
Now you're
Dallas.
getting hands. Boo, chairman.
Okay, Dallas. Well, I got to be some credit for that. I knew about that. Dallas. Okay, so we've got Dallas, and I forget even who I guessed correctly. Oh, Colorado. Not many teams south. Boy, I don't know. I already said Nashville. That ain't good.
You already said that.
Oh, did
now
I?
it's like on Golden Pond.
Yeah, and no Utah.
Well, you already said them, too.
Ottawa.
Oh, God.
Calgary.
Kansas City.
Oh, they don't have a
Scouts.
team. They don't have a team anymore.
And they became the Colorado Rockies, who became the New Jersey Devils.
Right, that makes sense. Boy, I'm plumb out of teams here. I don't know. Let me think.
I am so comfortable letting this breathe.
No, I know you are. So none of the Canadian teams are left.
myself to the text inbox.
I really want to look at my fucking and my pain here, but I'm going to keep firing. There's three teams. I've gotten two of them: Colorado and Dallas.
Yep. With a hint.
Yeah, I needed that too.
Get him off the station! Did he just say Ottawa?
Where's Ottawa? Did they play in the East?
You already said Ottawa.
I know. I don't know where they play. I said Calgary, no dice. Winnipeg, no. Who else plays in the damn Central? It's no on Chicago. That hurts.
I hope Jamie Rivers.
Oh, the
replays
Minnesota Wild.
Yes!
There we go.
Look at that.
Okay.
Now take your victory lap.
Here we go. All right. Not great, but not bad. Really puts the Lee Westwood thing to shame. Really avoided that.
Yeah, and everybody will forget about the Lee Westwood thing now.
I thought that was going to be the worst moment for me today. Nope. Well, I gave it my best effort. A for effort.
I mean, this Air Comfort Service text inbox.
Yeah, it was tough. It was tough. I don't look at the standings that often. I'm just worried about the Blues.
Is that right? Who'd they win against on Saturday?
Maple Leafs.
Yes!
There we go.
Look at that. What was the final?
5-1?
Yes!
Yeah, hell yeah. If I didn't have to do SportsCenter update, I would never know these scores.
That probably could have been kept internal.
Transparency is key here.
Oh, Piddles. Just take the L and go home. That's from Sharon and Clayton.
That's the plan. I wasn't going to stay here all night.
Glad to know that if my life is ever hanging in the balance, paper's hands dependent on puck knowledge that I'll be dirt napping toot sweet. That's from Carlos Spicy.
Oh, yeah, you'd be super dead.
The station you work for is the home of the St. Louis Blues. This honestly makes me mad. That's from Harrison's brother, Master.
Yeah, that's no breaking news there. I'm aware of where I work. Yeah, it's not great. I wish I knew more. And I could probably do something to learn more, but, who's got the time?
Oh, right there. I think that's going to make them angrier than the guess that the Ottawa Senators are.
Well, geography and such. You bring it, it's international now. So many Canadian teams, I say now, like this has just recently been a development that they play in Canada as well.
Yes.
Yeah, I didn't know. Wasn't aware of the situation. But I eventually got there, so I don't know,
Kyler observes in the Michelob Ultra YouTube chat, all this while he's wearing a St. Louis Blues hat.
Yeah, it's going to hurt even more when I tell you who gave it to me.
Who gave it to you?
The St. Louis Blues.
No.
Yeah.
If Jamie Rivers is here, he's going to come in here, and he's probably on the road, I would imagine.
Yeah, probably saves my bacon.
Yeah, it does save your bacon.
Yeah.
Make the time, Papers! That's from Golden Richards fan.
Yeah. So much other ball on, I don't know. I'm just trying to support the American sports.
How about this? Your support. Good Lord, all you haters. Leave Jackie Papers alone. He's a good dude. That's from the king of Creve Corps.
Well, I don't think anyone's calling me a cretin because I don't know these things.
No, I haven't read all those.
Yeah. But I just think, it's okay. I think honestly they're warned. Like they have a point when me not knowing stuff in this one. Like that's fair criticism. Coming after me personally, that's a little tough. But in a vacuum, yeah, they're right.
They are piping the show into onboarding this morning, and Martin says, "That's it, I'm out."
I was trying my hardest.
You'll never be mayor of Oakville, but other than that, you'll be fine. Hang in there. That's from Arbor Day.
Well, scratch that one off the list.
We will announce the winner of the Design Air Heating and Cooling email of the day coming up here in a matter of moments. Huge opportunity here for someone to win the Schaefer Door Company $5,000 garage door prize for winning the email of the month, or a tie could be forced heading into the final day of the month. Odds to win the NCAA tournament just flashed in front of my face on ESPN. Arizona plus 175, Michigan plus 175, ILL is plus 400, UConn plus 550. On the spread zone last week, Papers, what did I say about Illinois? Do you remember?
No.
It's fine. If there is a bet that I really like, as far as a future goes, it's Illinois at plus 600 to make the Final Four.
Yeah, the value on that one.
struck me as...
Yeah.
It's like whoever wins between Illinois and Houston is very likely, like in my opinion, kind of in the 70% range to beat Nebraska or Iowa. So plus 600.
Right.
Saying that it's 16.5%.
Right. Essentially,
that's a higher probability than 16.5%.
Right.
Really odd.
Right.
And the number between Illinois and Houston wasn't particularly big, right? Houston was a favorite, but it wasn't
like 2.5, 3.5.
That's what I thought it was. Yeah. That was an odd one. Either way, what would you do with that? Plus 175 Arizona, plus 175 Michigan, plus 400 ILL. And what did I say on UConn?
Plus 550?
Yeah.
I've been riding that horse since November, so Arizona.
God, I don't know who wins that game.
Yeah. It's going to be absolute firework is what it's going to be. That's going to be an electric basketball game. They match up so well against each other.
That's the nightcap.
Yeah, that's
Saturday
the second game. That's the second game, and it's going to be just a battle of physicality between those two monster teams. They're so deep. I don't know what the total is, but it could be really high. Like I could see like a 94-91 final score on this game. It's going to be, in my opinion, it's the national championship game.
Yeah, I share that opinion with you. I know ILL didn't like it that.
Yeah.
I gotta say it. But now keep in mind, just to go back and podcast, said Illinois is the lead. Did you say Illinois was the lead too?
Yes.
Oh, look at us.
Yeah.
Lockstep.
No, felt good about that. Yeah. I'm rooting for Illinois to win it, but Arizona to me is like when you watch Arizona and Michigan when they play their best, you're like, oh, I don't see a team losing to this team. That's why I think that matchup's going to be so sweet.
Sharon and Clayton. Did you just seriously say you try to support the American sports? Didn't the United States of America just win the gold medal in Olympics? Your tripling down isn't going too well. Sharon, Clayton.
Well, I'll let the people decide who's going well for today. How about that?
How about that, Sharon?
Sharon.
Action's back on you.
Yeah.
We'll have the Design Air Heating and Cooling email today winner coming up next here on the program. Jackson, who do I need to tell people about? I'm sure.
Our friends over at 100 West Dental.
Yeah, that's Dr. Brandon Pryor, and he is an absolute delight. The office is on Manchester in Baldwin, and he's got this incentive for TMA listeners. Right now, Dr. Brandon Pryor and his team at 100 West Dental is offering complimentary consultations. If you are tired of the jagged look of your teeth or yellow teeth or something that's bothering you with your teeth, go to 100westdental.com and book an in-person consult online or submit a virtual consultation request right from your phone. That is something that some places would charge you hundreds of dollars for. You're getting it for free. That's Dr. Pryor at 100 West Dental. He's my guy. Go online at 100westdental.com. This is TMA from the Stiefel Studios on 101 ESPN. Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage. Great to have Ryan and Delmar Mortgage on board here with TMA. And Ryan says, no problem. Here you go. DelmarMortgage.com or my personal number. Call it 618-593-3608. I have noticed a lot of homes hitting the market now that the weather is warming up. And if you are looking to get into one of those homes, call Ryan first. 618-593-3608. You're going to get that personal local touch, but with all the necessary technology to make the process smooth and easy. Pre-approvals and fast-track options that will make your offer stick out to local sellers and listing agents with closings in as little as 2 weeks. It's Ryan Luchtefeld and Delmar Mortgage, 618-593-3608, or go online at delmarmortgage.com.
This is Jackson with the Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling. Blues back in action tonight, taking on the Sharks. Pre-game at 8, puck drop at 9, right here on 101 ESPN. That was our Sports Center update brought to you by Saliga Heating and Cooling, a Daikin heating and air conditioning dealer.
Boy, you are taking the high hard one in that Michelob Ultra YouTube chat.
Is that right?
Ryan Krause says, guy obsessed with golf says, who's got the time? Hockey's America's sports now, big dog.
Is that right? I disagree. But hey, listen, if I have to be the conduit for people right now, then but so be it.
Conduit to what? Because a conduit, like, it's a connector. It's like the bridge. Take it to the bridge. I work. Big Daddy Kane.
Their anger, resentment, you can flow it through me.
Okay.
You know?
Jackson is your anger conduit. Yep. And you also are the observer of the winner of today's Design Air Heating and Cooling Email of the Day. If Chet's neighbor wins it, Chet's neighbor wins a $5,000 garage door from Schaefer Door Company. Jackson, who's the winner?
We will see you tomorrow morning because poor film student picks up the win.
Wow. And if Shooter McGavin were to win tomorrow, we have a 3-way sudden death playoff on Wednesday.
That's right.
You horse plowing me out there?
That's right. Wow.
What a Polos Plus dossier we're going to have. Polos Plus knows that running a business is hard enough, and they can help you out. If you have a small or medium-sized business, Polos Plus is online at polosplus.com, and they're giving you a 10% promo code for all of their merchandise. If you just enter the promo code TMA, we are big Polos Plus fans here on TMA because we've got the TMA logo on Carhartt, Travis Matthew, Nike, Under Armour. The list goes on and on. Polos Plus offers more than just polos. They offer jackets, quarter zips, hats, beanies, you name it. They have it. It's Polos Plus. You can email Andrew Hubbard at andrew@polosplus.com and use the polosplus.com promo code TMA to get 10% off. We got to go. Bye.